Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, it's my name. Yeah, I had a, my yeah, my kid
Stop. I'm not saying nothing. Not that I think I'd ever say that. Yeah. But. I loved his hat. He was like the I was like, oh, thanks. And did you see the stuff on the back? Yeah. I don't know what it said. There's like cards and something. He probably. I think he did that. Yeah.
Okay. We are going to go ahead and get started. As we were doing yesterday, we will greet each other in the language of this land. So, Hauka. Hauka. Ashkenan Kotiwa. Good morning, everybody. My name is Christina Snider-Ashtari. I am Mihilakana and Makamo, people of the Westwater and people of the Salmon Hole. And I serve as the Tribal Affairs Secretary for Governor Gavin Newsom. I'll get out from behind this table. Today we're in day 2 of our quarterly meeting down here in San Diego. And a big thank you to Manzanita for hosting us here. This is lovely and really just beautiful day. Really lovely to be on your land. Thank you. They've also provided some coffee, snacks, tea, fruit, pretty much everything you could ask for. And if you are hungry or you need some coffee or some water or you'd like to step out, that's just over in that direction where folks are kind of gathered. There's also a porta potty over here if people need to use the bathroom, but also feel free to step out if you need. Before we get started, I don't know if we asked for this yet, but I would like to ask if we could do a grounding again with Grace, who was with us yesterday. I got it over here, yeah.
Papa, good morning. Thank you to all of my relatives for this opportunity to be of service in this world today. And for those of you who can stand, I invite you to stand. And otherwise, if you feel more comfortable seated, you can follow along with the meeting in your seat. And so we call upon the blessings of the Grandfather Son. Above your head, feel that Grandfather above you, shining down His light to the top of your head and all around you. Feel that warm vitality, that warm sunshine flowing down your face, the back of your neck, your chest, your shoulders, your back, your arms. Oh, feel that warm sunlight just filling your heart, allowing it to flower and open. Feel that vitality. Just make your own inner fire even more brilliant. Opening your heart to this day, opening your heart to the conversations of today. Allow that sunlight to enter into your stomach, flowing down through your hips, your thighs, your knees, your shins, your calf, your ankles, your feet. Every part of your body is golden sunshine. Bottom of your feet have a doorway that opens, and you feel the roots from the bottom of your feet entering into the embrace of Mother Earth. Feel those roots go deep, deep into the earth, finding a beautiful boulder to wrap themselves around, keeping you grounded, rooted, strong like an oak tree throughout this day. Taking a deep breath. Once again, inhale that golden sunlight. Feel yourself golden, full of vitality, warmth, healing, being supported and protected by the Grandfather Sun as we enter into these conversations of today. Feel the ancestors surround you, also protecting you, protecting the space. A deep breath, we mentally thank the Grandfather Sun and all of the ancestors for the blessings of this day, the blessings of being together and grounded upon Mother Earth. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. Yeah, hon.
Thank you for that. Super excellent. Before I get into logistics, I'd like to see if Chairwoman, if you'd like to say anything else, or
No, we could just get started.
okay, great. And then any governing council members who'd like to say anything?
Thank you, and I'm sorry to take the time, but I need to do this. Angela and the people of Manzanita, thank you. Thank you for the colorful reminder of who we are. One of the things that I'd like to comment on is bird singing. For years it went under the table, and we weren't allowed to do it. It has been revitalized. When it first started coming out, I can remember some of the elders saying, don't record this, we don't want anybody to see this. And then I remember Paul Cuero asking your father, Leroy Elliott-Santos, can we share this music? And his answer to him, if I remember correctly, was yes, it belongs to the people. So one of the things I've learned over the years, my little cell phone is able to get some of the YouTube, and I've noticed that there's different gatherings up and down Southern California with bird singers, contests. So it's a very different thing from what it was originally, and even when it started to be rejuvenated. The point I wanted to make today is how graceful the Manzanita women were. I remember Paul saying on YouTube one time, it looks like chaos now. This is a very slow rhythm. It moves very gently, very gracefully. And standing in the back and trying to dance with your people, I realized, and I was watching that rhythm, everybody was moving together like the sea. And we come from the sea. Our traditional cultural landscape is from the Pacific Ocean to the Colorado River. So I just wanted to put that out there to have you be acknowledged for that elegant process and to acknowledge your people for embracing that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And since you said that, if I could just, I will say one thing. You didn't want to say something. What you saw today was not something that I can take credit for. What you saw today was generations of Kumeyaay people who kept those songs for us. So I have to say thank you to my Uncle George Hyde, George Hyde, because without him, those songs would not be here, because he taught them to my dad, and to my dad, Leroy J. Elliott. He was someone that it is so hard for us to be without. Since he left us in 2015, it's been difficult. And something was said yesterday that sparked me. There were so many times where my brother John and I were like, we're gonna ask him this, we're gonna ask him why we did this, we're gonna ask him to explain this to us, we're gonna sit with him and we're gonna learn the language from him. But he was always somewhere singing for someone to send them off to the Milky Way. He was always off somewhere being the chairman. And so we missed those opportunities. But we're going to take them back. We're going to continue what he wanted. You know, I was told when we were writing his obituary by the elders that came to help me do it, that he was told when he started practicing, hang it up, you're never gonna get it right. Hang it up, it's never gonna come back. But he kept it up, and he believed in it. He believed in our ways. And so the people that you saw here today, they're doing it from their heart, because we're not about to let it end on our watch, not after 10,000 years. And so later I do have a lot of things that I want to talk about that to go in this documentary that will help us to continue that, because it hasn't been easy. It's something that we've had to fight for. It's something that with every generation, our people kept what was most important to us, no matter what it meant. And sometimes it did mean death. So I can't take credit for this. The people at Manzanita feel it in their souls to continue doing these things. So I say thank you to the ones who have come before us and the ones that will continue on after us. Okay?
Oka. Good morning. Thank you for this beautiful welcome. Just to drive in here, the fresh air, the sun on our faces. Thank you to your ancestors for blessing us with such a beautiful day. My name is Kenneth. I'm from Chumash, a little north of here. I'm proud to be here, and I look forward to hearing and sharing today. You know, anytime I have an opportunity to gather with other tribal people, it really reminds me a lot of growing up with my grandmother and my grandfather, traveling from reservation to reservation. And so I just thank you for reviving those memories. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
And then we have a new council member with us, I believe. Yes. So we had a few more council members who are from the San Diego region. Councilmember Turner had to step down for health reasons. So Kahn has graciously provided us with a new council member, Councilmember Gonzalez.
12 years.
So if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Like she said, I'm Councilwoman Gonzalez, Laurie Gonzalez from Kahn. New term, but I've been on council for 12 years. We just had our elections. Chairman said he could not be here today. He had another engagement, so I'm filling in for him. But when I was driving up, and I will say, I thought I was lost. Oh my God. I'm I'm never gonna find it, but I saw the cars, I saw the Ramada, and I thought, what a perfect place to be, to talk about our trials, our tribulations, and our wonderfully strong instinct to survive. Gather in a traditional place. It's an honor to be here, and thank you.
Thank you. So before we go into bigger introductions, I'm going to go through some of the logistics for today. And just so folks are aware, after intros, we have quite a few panels for testimony. So we will start with Manzanita, and then we'll go into the afternoon. We'll break for lunch after Manzanita, but just so folks are aware. First, we are recording this. If you couldn't tell, there's cameras everywhere. We are recording also on our little GoPro in our very grassroots way, which will be posted to our website when it's ready. And that will be posted on our Office of Tribal Affairs YouTube channel and our website. Participation information for all of these meetings is available at tribalaffairs.ca.gov/CTHC/meetings. And for those interested in following the council, ongoing updates, including the listening session recordings and listening session summary documents, are available at the California Truth and Healing Council updates blog at catruthandhealing.com. You can also get updates for events by following the Governor's Office of Tribal Affairs on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Additional details, including meeting dates, agendas, and background information, are available at tribalaffairs.ca.gov/CTHC. This is our final quarterly meeting for the year. We have a lot more quarterly meetings coming up next year and listening sessions. And there's a new map that Loretta has created of our proposed areas. So she has reached out to certain people. They are flexible, but will be kind of all over the state next year as well. And we would love for all of you to join us. I'd now like to remind everybody that in joining us here today, you agree to adhere to the council's principles for respectful engagement, which I will summarize in a moment. A copy of the principles is available for your use and review at tribalaffairs.ca.gov/CTHC. Refusal to adhere to the principles, which apply to all participants, including council members, staff, and community members, whether present or not, may result in your removal from today's meeting. Really, we just want this to be an open space for people to discuss and not feel attacked. A lot of people share a lot of personal and very emotional things, and so we want to just make sure that this is a place where people are opening up to heal and not opening up to be re-traumatized. So we ask that you share in their stewardship. In order to create a space where participants feel welcome, respected, and able to speak comfortably, we'll uphold the following principles. If you're a participant, we ask that you engage in the work of the council and with each other in an open and respectful way. Engage in behaviors that will make others feel welcome. Take care of your emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical well-being, and seek support as you need it. We can go into detail on all of those, but those principles are available in full on the website if you'd like to take a look at them. And really, again, we just want to create a space that's comfortable, so we ask that you not engage in aggressive or confrontational behavior, that you kind of read the room, and that also we don't individually call out people or specific tribes. And if there are specific things that the council should be thinking about, we ask that you pull us aside and talk to us separately. So with that, I'm going to hand it to Loretta to introduce herself and say a few more things.
You have all of them, yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Loretta Miranda. I first wanted to say thank you to Cousin and to Manzanita for hosting us on this beautiful land, and also to thank Chairwoman Pinto and Emily and Bernice for helping me coordinate all of this. I'm really happy that you're here. Like I mentioned, I'm a descendant of the Morongo Band of Mission Indians. My great-grandmother came from El Capitan. She was part of the splinter group that did not go to Corona or Viejas. And so she ended up in Banning, and that's how I have my Morongo ties. Her name is Susie Paipa. My great-grandfather is Jack Litton, and came from the Warner Springs area. So So I know I have a lot of relatives out this way, essentially Haifa and Linton last name, we're most likely related. So I'm with the Governor's Office of Tribal Affairs. I've been with the office for about 3 years now. Also an attorney. I previously served as general counsel for the Krupp tribe up north. And again, just welcome. As Christina mentioned, we do have some tentative dates for next year. And so stay tuned for more details. And if you would like to partner on anything, just pull me aside and let me know. Take care.
Thanks, Loretta. And then also, as we're moving for the kiddos that are here, we have coloring from the California Indian Heritage Center. So if there's anybody who wants to do some coloring, we have that available. I want to have the wellness supports introduce themselves as well. So I'll start with, I think, Desiree, and then also hand it over to April and Grace to introduce yourselves as well. There you are.
Hello everyone, my name is Desiree Badagan. Thank you all for welcoming me to your beautiful lands. It's so nice to be here within the mountains, open sky. I'm Gabrielino, so my family comes from the Los Angeles Greater Basin and Southern Channel Islands. I'm a recent UCLA undergraduate graduate. I just graduated this June with a degree in American Indian Studies and Human Biology and Society. I also serve as a program specialist for SECUI, the California Consortium for Urban Indian Health, where we've partnered with the California Truth and Healing Council to provide our traditional healers and clinicians to the space, because I feel that it's so important that we have traditional medicines when talking about our traumas and hardships, but also our successes, and just keeping that good medicine in every space that we occupy. We also provide different services through SECUI, including a red line hotline. So if you feel that you need someone to speak to, we have a hotline. Our information is in the back, and you can have one of our staff give you a call, provide you resources, or just, a friendly conversation. And I'll pass it to our amazing healers in the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Alka, Enya, Grace Alvarez Cessna, Enya Yaki. I'm here to be of service, and I appreciate the invitation to be here with you all. I've got some beautiful medicines that were gathered with prayer, with songs, with a good heart, and with a promise to Creator that they would be used in a good way in service to the people. And so I am here humbly to serve you. Got medicines here, but we also have the sacred fire outside if you need some additional private support. And I'm happy to go with you by the fire, do a little doctoring if that's what you feel is necessary, that you would like. And again, I want to thank Angela, Johnny, and everyone here at Manzanita for inviting us to be here and be of service. I also want to introduce my helper, Hasmi Bayares, and she's also here to be of service. Do you want to say anything?
Good morning. Grateful to be here and to be of service to you. I'm April Rogers, and I work at the Viejas Wellness Center. So I'm a counselor by training, and I'm also available to be of service.
Thank you. And so they're available. If you feel at any time you need to step out, please come back here. They have medicines here. They can also take you out to talk through some things. So please feel free to utilize their services. One thing I forgot to mention, and I think Loretta has another thing to say too. So you want to go first, and then
Sure. Since I have my phone in my hand. So you might notice that I'm kind of double duty over here, taking some photographs. We post these photographs to our social media, and they may be used for the final report or any outcomes of this council. So if there's any reason that you don't want your image to be used, just pull me aside, let me know, and I'll do my best to make sure to remove all of those. So I mostly take pictures while people are introducing themselves. I take a lot. I'm still learning, so I don't want to be in your face with them or anything, but just know that I'm just taking a lot of photos. I appreciate that.
Great. Great, and that's a great segue into, I forgot to mention that if you are from the media or you're watching a recording and you're from the media, we ask that you commit to the prior review and consent of any media participants in this process. And then I also wanted to note that we do have a documentarian here, if you'd like to say a few words. And if at any time there's something that you didn't want on film, just let us know so that we can edit that out.
Hi, I'm Jake. I'm with the film crew. You see our cameras all around here. Again, if anybody, the cameras will be on everybody unless you tell us that you don't want to be on camera, and we'll respect that. If there's anything you don't want, a specific comment that you don't want in the film, let us know. We'll respect all your wishes. Thank you for having us here. We appreciate you accommodating our filming.
Thanks, and that said too, I am mic'd up, so if you want to tell me secrets, let me know and I'll take the mic off.
We also have Dan Golding as the director.
What's that? I'm Dan Golding. I'm with Zahn from Fort Yuma. I'm a filmmaker. Some of you guys might know me. I've been here a long time. Good to see old friends and faces. So if you see me around, just let me know if you want to be filmed or not. It's fine. I respect all that. So thank you for having me.
They've also got a drone flying around, so if you get any texts from your relatives, please tell them to leave it alone. Okay, and then I want to just hand it over to the California Indian Heritage Center outreach team for a few minutes to just talk about what's going on over here, and when people have free time, you can participate.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fagerstrom, and I'm an architect, and along with Deborah Lucking, Lisa Jella, and Dennis Hendricks, we represent the architectural design team for the California Indian Heritage Center project. So we're grateful to be here as a guest of the Truth and Healing Council. This will be our 6th event with the Healing Council this year. So we're grateful for the opportunity to spend a day with folks. We're really here to kind of give a brief explanation of what the Heritage Center project can be, what the opportunity is. We're very interested in hearing your opinions, your thoughts. We have a series of, wish tree and then a series of 4 boards. Each of the boards has a different topic. So we're asking people to, during a break, during lunch, during the afternoon, please come up and spend a few minutes kind of reading through the boards and then put 3 dots on each board. But the project itself will replace the current State Indian Museum in Sacramento. The current museum is right next to Sutter's Fort, which has plenty of bad history associated with it. The new facility will be located in West Sacramento. It's 51 acres of land that is located at the confluence of the Sacramento and the American rivers. If you're familiar with the old town of Sacramento, if you look across the river, that is the new Heritage Center site. So, the state has allocated $100 million for the project to get it going for the next stage of design and construction. And then there is also authority to raise additional $1 million. And the project eventually will be somewhere between $100 and $200 million. In terms of size, it's around 150,000 square feet of building. And then will be 51 acres, has beautiful views from the river to the river. There's some incredible, very peaceful tree glens kind of on the southern end of the site. So if you're in Sacramento, you're welcome to take a look at it. So go over there and take a look at it. So we have a survey today. So there's 2 opportunities. We're going to raffle off the acorn blanket that is hanging on the wall back here. The story behind the acorn is we were fortunate to be connected with 7 California native artists, and the 7 artists came together and had many discussions about, is there anything that sort of ties all tribes within the state together? Ultimately, they decided that the oak and the acorn, that all tribes have some connection with that process, whether it's for food, whether it's for ceremony. So one of the artists, Eric Wilder, came up with the acorn logo. So the The logo represents 8 of the more prominent oak and acorns within the state, each of a different size, both from the acorn as well as the leaves. And then the circles in the center represent the process of coming together in community. And then some of the arrowheads, you'll notice some of them face inwards and some of them face outwards. And that is representative of the communication process. It's multi-directional, it's always happening. So that's the grand prize today for the raffle, so please take the opportunity to kind of read through the material, share your thoughts. Today is our 33rd event or gathering across the state this year, and that will conclude our events for 2023. So again, thank you yesterday to Chairwoman Pinto. Thank you to Manzanita for having us here today. Look forward to hearing.
Okay, any other logistics on everything? Okay, so with that, we will do what we always do. We ask that everybody introduce themselves to the group. As I mentioned, we do have a few panels today that are from the tribes that are from this land, and so we do want to make sure that we get to those and that they have adequate time to share. And that also they have adequate time to share without people's stomachs rumbling. So we do ask that if you do have something on your heart, you can share it at this time. If there is something that you didn't share yesterday that you think would be good to share today, please feel free to do so. But also know you'll have some time this afternoon to do some sharing as well, so that we can make sure that our panels have enough time to get through what they'd like to share. And also know that once we're in your region, if you're not from this region, you will also have that opportunity as well to share more fully. So I'm gonna pass around this mic, I'll just leave this one here, and I'll start over here.
Oh, sorry. That's all right. My name is Miranda DiMaggio. My ancestral name is M'Umile. My people are Sutakea and Yokayo. You might know them as the Ukiah Pomo people. My grandmother had said we are not Pomo, that a fellow by the name of John Quayle had came, and this is when they were all gathering the tribes together, and gathered them together. He came in a suit, wearing his little top hat, and stood on a box because he was a short man, and waved his hand around saying that all of you people are Pomo. For our tribe, Pomo means the people, so I don't mean any offense to anyone who identifies as Pomo as a tribe. And so if you were to say that the people were doing walking, it would be Pomo Bate Paladi. And so that is just one part of my story that I have not shared previously. I want to thank the Manzanita people for sharing their land and spirit. It brings my people always to the forefront when I hear the songs. So
hi everyone, good morning. My name is Dakota and I'm here as an ally on behalf of the ACLU of Northern California. And I'm really excited and honored to be here. Thank you to Manzanita for having us. As always, if there's anything that we can do at the ACLU to support the council or anything, any other issues that you'd like to see come up and you'd like our support, please let us know. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Larissa. I am also here with the ACLU Northern California. I'm the Racial and Economic Justice Fellow there. I'm here to learn, to listen, and I want to thank Manzanita for having us.
Alka, good morning, everybody. My name is Erica Pinto. I'm the chairwoman for the Homolina Village, and we had the distinct honor of hosting everybody yesterday. And thank you, Manzanita, for hosting today. It's gorgeous. I dressed for DC weather, and it's not that way today, so hot. Now that I'm getting an understanding of what this is all about, and getting there's some stuff that we do gotta share with Dad about our family. I come from the Elliott family. Elliott, I'm saying that right. It's hard. I'm not a language speaker, but we have family buried in Presidio. And I was telling my niece as we were doing an interview at USD last Sunday And I looked across and I saw Presidio. And I remember the documentary that the vice chairman for the WIA party, my relative, shared with me about Tony Pinto and his sister Rosie Pinto walking, meandering through desecrated ancestors on Presidio. And we have relatives there. And I told my niece, to look across, you have family over there. They were destroyed. And this was before the laws came out to protect our remains. And the story that I want you to share sometime today is about one of our relatives that escaped from Presidio Mission. And he came and walked, ran all the way back to camp, all the way back to this land. And he had the things that you put on the oxes. I don't know what that's called. Yeah, something he escaped. And they buried it with him, from what I was told. And so I look around, no matter where I go, and I see all of you here, and in DC, in Sacramento, and I'm just blown away that we're all still here. So with that, thank you for hosting us, and thank you for starting us off right today. And thank you, Grace, for grounding us again. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Carmen Lucas, Climbing Indian from Laguna Mountains. I spoke to you yesterday, so I won't take any more of your time because I've already consumed it. You know, we're just so lucky to still be alive and still live in this country. And I want you to understand your freedom is priceless. Enjoy it and exercise it.
Good morning, I'm Courtney Coyle. I'm an attorney in private practice, and I protect sacred sites, burial grounds, and sacred places. And I'm here today working with Carmen as her technical support as a council member on this commission. One thing I did not mention yesterday that I should mention is that we all, I think, know that the UC system came out with a new NAGPR policy, and they're trying to implement it now. There's always still issues with that. The CSU system now has to come up with a policy. So as I understand it, in this next year, there's going to be lots of listening sessions and other opportunities in whatever way every tribal government or tribe wants to participate to be able to influence that policy. And it doesn't have to be the UC's policy. It can be a better policy than that is. So I would really encourage everybody, because there's still a lot of ancestors in the CSU system, and that's been under-recognized. There was a lot of focus on the UC system, and rightfully so, but there's still a lot of ancestors at the CSUs, and I think we heard a little bit of testimony and concern about that the last 2 days. So I just wanted to put that on everybody's calendar for 2024 to be on the lookout for that. Thank you.
Darlene Franco. My name is Darlene, and I'm from Visalia, California, which is central California in the San Joaquin Valley. And I'm very grateful to be here today. It feels so good to be here as we were driving here, and then just to feel the energy, and then of course the dancers and the singers. It just is so so grounding. I mean, that's what we needed. But I thank you and your people for allowing us to be here, and I thank you also for allowing us to be on your lines yesterday. Yeah, I mean, have a lot to say, but I won't take any more time either. But thank you, everybody, for being here.
Yvette, Laurie's name, Cindy Catherine. I'm Darlene's sister. I'm Wakchungi, and I am very thankful that we have been invited here to your land. I thank you so much for your gracious that you offer us, and for the food and the people that we were at yesterday. Everybody's been so gracious.
Auka, ipenya mati pe jam. Tamunya tuhinya makupa wiskunan. Igunar. Ne pome hilikunya wa buyo peinya. Senhor kutum. Mabenya kunabya. Ipenya hamul. Ne pom luguna. Ipe kusama pi matme fue pai lo wispanan peye yo peye yo pom canal mamle mala ne ma pesho ne pe pesho. Buenos días a todos, mi nombre es Rodrigo, yo soy el tal Kumeyaay de la Reserva Santa Isabel, aquí en un parque de Santa Isabel, San Felipe. Y ustedes son muy felices porque los Kumeyaay hace un matallón, una reunión aquí, pero también los Kumeyaay de otro lado, en Baja, necesita escucha, es porque todo es terreno de nosotros. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ken Rodriguez. I'm an Ipai Kumeyaay from the Santa Isabel Reservation. The part of the reservation I'm from is the eastern side, which is San Felipe, otherwise known as Moving Rattlesnake. My family, my Shamus, my clans are Neho and the Chusa. And as we come here from all different directions, I feel honored to be in the presence of all of you. One of my teachers here, Carmen Lucas, who's been a mentor for me for many, many years. Mr. Pinto, who's always ready to come and speak for the people. Chairwoman Pinto, for everything that you do for the people. I see you all over the place. You must drink a lot of coffee.
She does.
No sugar.
And Chairwoman Santos, your father is a force here. Help to bring back the songs. And although Christianity came and damaged our people, your father chose to live in our traditional way through cremation. He brought that back up, and so did your uncle, right after. So this, what we're doing here, it seems to me that we're looking at all the damage that has been done and how we can change that around. It's like a piece of paper that's been crushed. And when it's crushed, it hurts. When you throw it, it can hurt people. But when we open it, we're talking and sharing and planning. We open that piece of paper, those lines that are in that paper, that's the past, no one can change that. However, when we empower ourselves, we heal. The last thing I want to say before I shut my snoot is these ladies, I've known them. I was born up in Madera, California, north of here. And their nation, your nation, took me in when I was young. Took me under their wing, and I learned songs with them. I would go do various things with them. They took me in, but a lot of their elders said, we thank you for supporting us, but you should also go home and connect with your people. And I did when I was young, when I was a teenager, coming back. And it's part of all of our healing. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Judy Ramirez. I'm with Chumney, Central California, and I'm so honored to be here in your presence and for you to welcome us to your lands. The first time I heard of the Kumeyaay people was from Stan when he went to Fresno City College, and so he gave me the knowledge that he had at that time, and I've been so proud of him to watch him and see him to grow and to always learn and I could remember when he wanted to join the military, and I was thinking, oh, he's gonna lose his culture, but man, that helped him just really learn from all of you. And so I'm thankful that, you know, you gave him your welcoming also. I wanted to just give thanks to our ancestors, and especially my ancestors, you know, that they were so strong in keeping us here, and that we're surviving because of them. So I just wanted to touch bases with that. So thank you again, everybody.
Alka, everybody, good morning. Laurie Virginia, UHSU, Alka from Montclair, and from Alka now pipeline is looking up anyway. Hello, everybody. My name is Laurie Virginia. I'm from Elton, also known as the Ipai Nation of Santa Isabel in North County, San Diego, which is about an hour and a half away. If you know the roads, about 2 hours. You don't. Almost 3 hours with weekend traffic. But, and then I also acknowledge the Snider-Ashtari village where I grew up with my dad and my family here, and specifically Snider, I believe is that area over there. So yeah, I just want to say that much. I'll be speaking more later, so I'll just pass it and like to hear and learn from you all. Thank you, everybody who made this possible. Humboldt, Manzanita. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Bernice Pipa, from the Utah Nation of San Isabel, and I also live here in Manzanita with my husband, David Elliott, for 30 years. And I just wanted to say, when I came here, I found another life. I found a silver life. And it's been a good life. And there's been a lot of love and a lot of healing in our family. And, we raised these kids up, 5 of them, to be good human beings. We used to tell them that as the years went by. We would talk to them and explain things to them. We wouldn't yell at them and hit them, curse at them or anything. And, when I found that silver life, because my husband had been already sober, and I met him in a rehab over here in Gonzalez, and it was different. It was different at first, because there wasn't a lot of chaos and commotion, confusion. It was simple and easy. We said we're gonna be sober. And if you can't do that, then you go back home. So, I was a young girl. I was 21 years old when I first came here. I lived more of my life here than I did at home. And over the years, I lost a lot of people. My grandma, my father, my sister. And it was hard. But the community here in Manzanita, and the elders that were here, looking back at Chairman Elliott, I used to talk to him from time to time, and he would tell me things. And he would always say, that's good. It's good you guys are sober, you're raising your family like that. It hasn't always been that way for your husband. He grew up hard, he grew up rough. And, it's good that you're here with, to show him love. That's the main thing is, give him love, kindness, and take care of him and the kids. And, I appreciated that at the time because I really missed home. I really missed being with my father and my grandma and my sisters. But it worked good here, and my mom, I didn't really have a good relationship with her, but she told me one time, you're different, you're not so mad anymore. I told her, yeah, I'm not, I'm learning a new way of life, I'm learning a new way to live, and that was through the AA program, NA programs that were out here at the time in the back countries, and we'd get in a car or a van or a truck, and there'd be like 4, 5, 6 of us sometimes going down the freeway to Viejas and going down to the old Campo, and there was a meeting here in Boulevard, and we supported each other. Our neighbor Ron is a veteran. My husband would say, hey, get the car and go take Ron to a meeting. And I'd be like, oh, you take him. And he'd be like, no, you take him. So, it was important that we looked out after each other like that because, alcohol did a lot of damage to our family. We lost a lot of good people to alcohol abuse, and we're still losing them. This fentanyl nowadays. I watched a lot of the kids around here pass away, and it was sad, and it was heartbreaking. But, you know, every day we get a chance to get up and do it all over again. And, you know, I encourage all the young people here today that are just starting their families, you know, 2 or 3 years into them. You know, look for that sobriety, look for that encouragement, for that strength, you know, to stay sober for those little ones, because they really need it in order to thrive, not just survive anymore. You know, there's a difference. And, you know, I spent a lot of my years surviving. You know, sometimes even today when things get rough, we survive. But my ultimate goal is to thrive with my family, my daughter, with my son, with my other children that aren't here today, with my grandchildren, and now I'm a great grandma. So, you know, I think about that, you know. And I know my grandma and my father used to always think about us, that when they weren't here anymore, they used to tell us, you know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do when we're not here no more? To pick up the things for you, to pay for the things for you. You're going to have to learn something. Because if not, you know, you're just going to be there, and that's it. Nobody's going to take care of you. So, you know, it's important that we take care of our relatives that are struggling. You still see them sitting out there at the store, you know, waiting for a handout, drinking their beers, drinking their wine, whatever it is, you know, looking for their dope or whatever, you know. And those things, you know, it's almost like I can think about 30, 40 years ago, you still see the same people sitting up here, you know. They'd be walking down the road, going to get their bears, we'd stop and pick them up. And, you know, and whatever their story is, it's their story, that's why they did it. But for me, I'm happy today. And I'm proud today, you know, and I feel like I'm thriving. You know, I still have my my little bumps in the road here and there, but I always get up happy and, you know, look at the sun and look at my dogs and look at my husband and go, oh, you know, I'm still alive. You know, I get to do another day of work of whatever it is I'm working on. And, I get to do, you know, my crafts or whatever, you know, stop by my kid's house or go see my friends, you know. And I don't have to chase alcohol, I don't have to chase drugs today. And that's a big thing, you know, it's a big thing in our community. And we don't talk about it enough. And, you know, these type of spaces are what's needed the most. Because, you know, it's hard. It's hard to turn to, you know, a relative and say, I have this problem. But if you go and you're with people of like mind that are struggling the same way, and maybe you don't even know anybody in that room, and you talk about it, at least it's out now, and you're not carrying it around anymore. And you're not carrying that load, because it's heavy, you know, it's real heavy. And it's good to be lighter today. It's good to be clear-minded today. It's good to be able to get up and make a decision today about what you're going to do and not have to, you know, go down the road for some substances or whatever. But I'm happy to be here today. Manzanita is a beautiful place. I've been all over these lands walking with my husband and driving around, and, you know, my kids grew up over here at this water that's over here, and, you know, I've helped bury a lot of people here. Our families were cooks, that's what we did. You know, I don't do too much cooking today, but my girls do. And, you know, it's important to pass down all that you know. I think I heard somebody say that, you know, don't keep it, because, you know, it's not for you to keep. That was one of the first things I heard Elliott say. You know, I didn't ask to do this, you know, but here I am. And a lot of times when I'd be cooking in the kitchen, it'd be like 4:30 in the morning, and I'm like trying to stay awake, and I'd be like, what am I doing? I need to go to bed. But, you know, you just push on for the people, you know, and that's how we were taught, that's how we were brought up. You don't do it for yourself, you do it for the people. I'll end there, because I know that there's a couple more people in here that probably have something else to say. But thank you, Angela. Thank you, Johnny. You know, thank you to the other people here in Manzanita. We learn a lot of lessons, you know, life is short, so you have to be able to be humble enough to put it out there like that. Thank you.
Well, I certainly remember with
Uh-huh.
Okay, everybody. My name is Bobo Elliott. I'm from Schnapperton here in Manzanita, from the Kumeyaay plant. And I'm glad to be here and here to listen. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's good afternoon, actually. My name is Wendell Taper. I am a project manager with the San Diego River Conservancy. And I've worked with Johnny Elliott before, and I'm just happy and honored to be here, to listen and to learn, and I thank you.
Joyce Nantuki, wish I know by. My name is Joyce. I'm from San Isabel, where my family is from. I have not lived on a reservation. I'm an Indian. I am the youngest of 3 children of a 30-year top secret security clearance holding Indian man who was subjected to Indian laws in the state of California, 23 years sober, and a 30-year career in law enforcement, currently retired. I'm here because I have plenty of time on my hands and I have plenty of stories to tell about the treatment of our California tribal members and the history of what my family's experience is under the U.S. federal laws, Indian law, the U.S. Federal Indian Citizenship Act of 1924, the U.S. Federal American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978 that affected me and my family, and the impact that it had on an entire generation, at least one, more, you know, I just remembered as a teenager how it affected me personally, and the history of the CSU system, and the current slap in the face that's transpiring before my eyes. The new genocide of my people, California tribal nations. It's the wool being pulled over our eyes. There was already an apology by the Governor Newsom at San Diego State. And the institution required certain terminology to be used that is very ambiguous, that erases who we are as California tribal nations, citizens of our tribal nations. And it's very disheartening to see how things are implemented. For example, that CSU NAGPRA, and who controls the narrative of at minimum, the 574 U.S. federally recognized tribes being controlled by the federal government guaranteed funded 570 HSIs of indoctrination, including number 570 ASU, which erased Indian country, to an ambiguous term of ICT. That's just one example of what's currently transpiring before our own eyes. And we haven't even delved into the fact that in Hallen v. Brackeen, although SCOTUS determined that we have our sovereignty, there are still 22 pending cases in the state of Oklahoma by big oil pro bono attorneys hell-bent on dismantling ICWA as race-based. We are not a race. We are not. We are not race, melanin, nor BQ-based. We determine our sovereignty. But with big oil wanting to dismantle ICWA as race-based, they will be able to go after our sovereignty next. And we need to be aware of that and what we can do as California tribal nations, whether federally recognized, state recognized, or what have you. We need to stand up for ourselves because there's a current genocide happening before our eyes. Words matter, and I don't mean language, because our languages were taken from us. My grandmother went to residential school and had the language beaten out of her. And that was because she was Indian, not indigenous, an ambiguous term of the land. No, she was Ipai, the people from this land. Not no Turtle Island, not no world global identity that benefits the 1%, the family foundations that are manipulating the agenda, not the World Economic Forum, or the CCP, the Communist China Party, turning this into a global identity. This is about us as California tribal nations, whether federally recognized or not. And by going to an ambiguous term, it's just another genocide. We are who we are, and we need to stand up for ourselves, whether that's the non-federally recognized, seeking out their own 501c3 status, or going back and asking DOI to change verbiage that allows them their federal recognition. But with the CSU controlling the narrative, and having 570 HSIs and using our genocide surviving populations against us, they are allowing those larger populations of people to control us and have access to our DNA, because they're currently going after receiving guaranteed federally funded HSI STEM or STEAM and having access to our DNA. And that's not something that we traditionally participate in. That is not our way. Our ways need to be respected, recognized, and acknowledged, and not be colonized by an institution using a mascot, a moniker, a word, just a name, a spirit leader. We have 18 reservations in San Diego County, the largest sum of any one county in the United States. Yet we are currently being colonized through just a word, a name, a spirit leader. There is zero recognition of us and our people on our lands. And it hurts my soul to the bone. It hurts. Everything that our POW uncle was defending was shot down by the United States, Bataan March, as a POW in an unmarked shipping container. Shot down by the United States. We have the largest number of people that have served this country, let alone the code talkers of the various tribes of these United States. This is a country that has built laws, rules, and regulations from the municipal level all the way up to the federal government, targeting our people. Our people. And we have been subjected to so much at every angle, through words, through people in power, and I don't use the word race. Please forgive me to anyone who uses race, but I was raised multicultural. I don't like to say that white person is the one that caused it. It is people in power. People who abuse their power, whether it's in academia, government, at any level, municipal, state, federal. People in power doing evil. People with money doing evil to our detriment. And I won't stand for it. I have a message that I would like to send to many people. This is a current genocide. It hasn't stopped. And I want it to stop. But I am powerless over those people in power. The 193 at the UN, they're not all white. They're from various backgrounds. Oh, there's one.
Kuman, Matarwa Matamin, John Elliott Alina, Asueo Hikao. Greetings and well wishes to you all. My name is John Eagle Spirit Elliott. I'm from the Manzanita tribe, and I'm on the tribal council here serving the people. I want to welcome you all that came from far, and those of you that are our neighbors and our own people. Thank you for coming today. This is very important. We have to participate, like others have mentioned about all kinds of issues. We have to stand up and participate. Although I'm from here, I was raised in Viejas. My mom went down there and married my stepdad when I was 2. But I had relatives there too. My godparents helped raise me, Leroy Elliott, Ilya Millard. They were very traditional people, and so I was lucky. I was lucky to be able to learn from them. I seen them sacrifice. I seen them go without so that others could eat. And I learned that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be helping each other. That's how we survived. So I want to recognize all the elders, all the ancestors who survived, who passed on what they knew, and who taught us what we're supposed to be doing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Blackwood. I'm a member of this tribe. I live and work here. And I was born here in 1975. And there wasn't much out here but dirt and more dirt. So my aunt, who also lived here with my mom and my dad, he mentioned Upland, and I just thought she used to drive from this reservation to Upland every day because she had a teaching position there. So we all complain about having to drive to town, which is 45 minutes away, but I can't imagine how that was for her. So eventually she moved somewhere closer, moved into town in Escondido with my mom and dad. And my grandmother. My grandmother's Brucey Elliott, and she ended up passing away, and then my father passed away right after her, and this was in 1979. Left my mother with my aunt. My mother ended up passing away when I was 7. She did not keep my traditions within myself. She was not Native, and she figured that there was no benefit for me to know anything about my culture or my people. And so when she passed away, I did move with my aunt, and she started to teach me about my culture and my language, and took me, although we lived in Escondido, she took me here to tribal meetings where I got to meet my family. And in the minute I stepped foot, I remember feeling as a child that I belonged here. This was my home. When Grace talks about the roots coming from your legs down beneath into the ground, that's how I felt. And I wanted to come back ever since then. And unfortunately, my aunt passed away when I was 17. And as soon as I possibly could, I moved back to the reservation. And I've been here about 25 years now, and I've raised all 4 of my children here. And this land is my heart and my soul and my spirit. And I just want to welcome everyone here. I hope you all feel the same and you feel at home here. And it's nice to see my relatives. Thank you.
Auka, Aku. Again, thank you for this wonderful welcome. I do feel welcome, and I do feel at home. I feel like an extension of your family, so thank you for that. I had an opportunity to grow up on my reservation. I spent most of my life, except for probably about 6 or 7 years, to go and explore the world and get a little education under my belt. But you know, as a young man, you know, my mom had to work multiple jobs to put food on our table, and she made a lot of sacrifices. So we pretty much raised ourselves, took care of ourselves, and we didn't get a lot of opportunity to learn more about our culture. And so, today our reservation, we have a lot more opportunities with learning programs, cultural programs, a lot more gatherings. And unfortunately, we've lost a lot of our elders. We still have those that share their wisdom, but of course, you can bet we're documenting. We're more open to taking pictures and filming to make sure that we capture properly some of that important history. But like many, we were very protective. But we've learned to share more, and learn that that's an important tool to carry on our customs and our traditions. And so in a sense, we certainly hold a lot, but we also are still in a rebuilding phase, and fighting at the same time, to be able to thrive. So again, I'm grateful to be here. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, and thank you for sharing your pain. This is certainly a welcome place to do so. Kakinash, thank you.
Yeah, when we started this off, we said a prayer for everyone, and I forgot to mention that when I do my prayer, I like to pray for the ones that were here way before us, 10,000 years ago. I pray for those that had to endure all that pain. They try to terminate, eradicate us all, but we survived, and we're here. We were down in San Diego, and they chased us out of there and made us come up here, and we're here now, And maybe some of those Medicon people are looking at us right now and saying, gosh, I shouldn't have sold that land to those people. It's beautiful land up here. And anyway, I just wanted to, thank John, Angela, Leroy Elliott. He was a good friend of mine, and I was a young kid, but I remember him. And yeah, there was hard times, and later on he turned that page, and it was a different story for him because he started singing the songs and started to be a leader, and people all looked up to him and started to think, he's got some good ideas, he's singing good, he's doing well, and let's support him, let's be with him. And that's what we were. We were with him on certain things and certain subject matters, and it was kind of sad to see him go because I thought he was too young to go, and he still needed to be here with us and to teach us more, and that didn't happen. But his family's here, and they're doing it. They're looking out. They're trying to make a difference here in singing the songs and dancing and keeping up our culture and our tradition. And I thank him for that. Because someday I'm going to see all these young kids that are here, they're going to be speaking the language, and they're going to be singing the songs, and I'm going to be hopefully standing right next to her to dance with them. So I just thank you guys, John, Angela. Thank you for, think about what we are about, the Kumeyaay people, the Mission Indians, the Degaños, that's what they called us. But I just wanted to go back to mention what my daughter had mentioned before about my dad and my aunt going over there to Presidio Park. They went there to look for his grandmother. And that's what I was talking about yesterday, not to really lean on the church too much, but darn it, what made them allow somebody to go in there and dig up the remains and take them out of there for study, for science? That's what it was for, I guess. But they took my great-great-grandmother out of there, and you ask those people now, where did she go? Where'd you guys send her? And all they could do was shrug their shoulder because they don't know. But my dad went to court and told him about this story, and the judge had made his decision that you find that person or that remains of those are my great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother, and you go find it. This is what the judge said. But they haven't found her yet. She's out there somewhere. I talked to the archaeologist who was just speaking a moment ago, and I told him about it. He says, let's try and search it out, see what we can find, and I'm looking forward to doing that, darn it. And because these things, you know, I hear everybody's stories, and I just want to break down and cry. But if I did that right now, I couldn't talk. But those stories really, wow, they resonate. They make you think. They make you feel those pains and that hurt and that sadness and that broken heart. Yeah. It makes you feel those when you hear these stories, and yeah, one day I want to make a change in that we have good stories, happy stories that'll make us feel good, and it's because that we were all together to make that change. And I thank you.
I'm Laurie Gonzalez from the Rincon Band. We are the Washkaya, the brass people. I just got my heart broken right now listening, because aside from being on council, I'm a repatriator. And it is the hardest thing I have ever done. And who knows, I may have brought some of your ancestors home on some of my trips. I've gone as far as Cambridge University to bring back ancestors. And sometimes when I'm at some of these, like I was at New York University, or School of Dentistry, I had tons of skulls and jawbones. And I always think, somebody out there doesn't know what happened to their family member, and they're here. And I don't know who they are to tell them. I go to other museums, and there's, in the archives, remains from people from other countries. They're the generations after them are never gonna get answers. It's horrendous. We recently repatriated our basket, which is the symbol of our government. It took me over 10 years to get that basket back, because Niagara has no teeth. And it was really because we played nice. We had, press releases and everything when we finally came to the agreement to kind of stroke them. When really I was just so angry that I had to play that game. It should have been given back to me, and I said, this is ours and here's the proof. But that didn't happen. Little bit about me. Nice to know there's 2 other urban Indians here. I grew up in LA. My grandfather was part of the relocation program, but he founded the original Los Angeles Indian Center. So I did grow up with natives. I moved to the reservation in '94 when I was 38. And I'm not leaving. Not at all. Julie, it's good to see you. Julie worked with us and helped us get our cultural department healthy and on its feet. So wonderful to see you. Anyway, I'll be talking later, but I wish I could have come yesterday. I really do, but I had a family wedding. I have to leave early today because I have to help plan a funeral. But thank you so much for inviting us. I'm really sorry Bo couldn't be here. But what I have received in this short period of time, Makes me regret not being here yesterday, but grateful that I got here today. Thank you.
Chuck says, good afternoon. My name is Dennis Hendrick. I'm a council member with the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians. We're located about 60 miles, 70 miles north of Yosemite National Park, 140 miles east of San Francisco. And I'm currently working with the outreach team on the California Indian Heritage Center. And I really feel at home here. I feel peace. I feel the serenity. And I'm glad that I can be here today.
Bonjour, hello, my friends. Brian Fagerstrom with the California Indian Heritage Center. Grateful to be here, absorb and listen. My native heritage is a Inupiaq Eskimo from the Bering Sea and the Bering Strait in the western and northwestern part of Alaska. So thank you for having us.
Good afternoon now. So good afternoon. My name is Lisa Jellup, and I'm also here representing the Heritage Center. And I'm grateful to be here and listen and learn from all of you. And thank you for allowing us to be here.
Good afternoon, I'm Deborah Lucking. I'm also with the California Indian Heritage Center outreach team. Thank you again for letting us be part of this.
Hello, my name is Joshua Montes. I'm not part of the tribe. I'm here as the assistant to the tribal administrator, just family, and I'm here as a friend. I just wanted to say something as all of you have been speaking. Your stories, your spirit has touched my family, and especially in the past few months that my wife has been working with the Manzanita tribe. And 2 days ago, I went to Old Town San Diego on a field trip with my son. And the guide there, obviously, I'm thinking, well, you know, this is Kumeyaay land. No mention of it at all. And then there was a moment where he, the tour guide said, oh, you know, there was original people here. And my son raises his hand. He's like, I know the Kumeyaay. He's like, I'm friends with Kumeyaay. And so it was just, you know, just so that we talk about education, we talk about these things, but our children understanding your voices are being heard. And my family is eternally grateful and very humble to be here today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Paola Martinez Montes, and I am the tribal administrator here at Manzanita. I'm incredibly honored to have the opportunity to work with the people here at Manzanita. I'm grateful for the leadership of the chairwoman for bringing me in and everything that you all have said in terms of feeling at home here and being in family, you know, for someone who doesn't have her family here because the border separates me from mine. I'm grateful that I get to come here and work with you every single day and continue to strengthen, hopefully, and I see how much and the beauty that is here, and I can't wait for more of that to be shared. And you know, my family and my kids, they love this, and they're already sharing the message at school. So, and I think that, you know, our children will be who get to spread that. And so, anyway, I'm just very grateful to be here. And
Alka, Loha Avakia. My name is Michael Malulani, and my student's name is Kumu Malulani Purigard. I've been teaching Hawaiian language in San Diego County since 2008. And I used to design master plan communities until I realized, after discussions with Nick Dotson, that doing urbanization in the colonial language is contemporary genocide that we suffer. And so I've dedicated the rest of my life to helping our relatives to be able to participate in this process in their own languages. And fortunately, the United Nations sees the value that has declared a decade in 2022 to 2032 as the International Decade for Indigenous Languages. I'm the Indigenous Languages Editor for Indian Voices newspaper, and I'm looking for people to put your stories in your own languages about your heroes and about your perspectives. Because I think people need to hear it in your own language. And I think this is the future history that I hope that we can all agree upon as being the end results of our healing. I'm very blessed to be here. Thank you for your hospitality.
My name is Mark. I'm from the Elliott First Nation. Manzanita is my adopted tribe. I felt like it was really important for me to come here today and to witness what's going to be shared. So thanks to all of you.
Hi, I'm Rich. I'm just glad everybody was able to make it out here today and come and enjoy this. I enjoy listening to all your stories and interested in learning more. And any chance you guys got, I'm more than willing to sit and listen because I want to know more about our history. From what I've been able to gather, it's not as good as it should have been, but hey, we're all here, we're all gathering together, and we're making ourselves strong again. So that's what I am very proud of. Thank you.
Halka, Nyaj, Twinwinishi, Nyaj Napatun Kaman, Nyaj Leroy Elliott Patrai. Hello, my name is Tony Elliott and I'm from Manzanita, and my dad was Leroy Elliott. Welcome and thank you all for coming out here. And I want to say thank you all who spoke with my dad. He's greatly missed, but it makes my heart feel good that he lives on through all of us. Thank you so much.
All right, she doesn't want to talk. Alka. My name is Janice Barnes, and I'm a tribal member for the Manzanita Kumeyaay Nation. I've been on the council too many years to count. I was on the council when Francis, Leroy, and now Angela, so I'm very involved. And I'm really glad that we're all here, and we're here for the good reason and with good hearts and good intentions. And I'm looking forward to hearing some of these other stories that I know are gonna be really heartfelt. And thank you.
Hello, I'm Kylie Bell from here. I'm the elder advocate for our tribe. I think it's very important to start there because that's, like everybody has been saying today, that is the direct contact of our culture, our traditions, our everything. And that's where you really, really get to learn that what they had to go through to what we get to have today. I'm very, very blessed to be able to have that job because I've learned so much from my elders. And I think I want to get a lot of the youth involved in that because the youth and the elders, we can do a lot together. A lot of learning. Thank you. Okay, any other newcomers that haven't introduced themselves at this time? Okay, so yeah, it's about 1, and we were gonna do lunch at 1, so I'm wondering if it's okay if we restructure a little bit?
Absolutely, I was gonna ask if Councilmember Gonzalez can speak first, or do you want to have lunch, or?
That's exactly what we're
Yeah.
doing.
Yes.
Would it be okay if you spoke first and then we'll break for lunch? Yes. Great. So you can either sit there, you can come up here, or you can do whatever's most comfortable. I don't know where you are.
Sit in front so we can see who you are.
Apparently you have to sit in front, so we can see who you are.
Please.
So you can either sit behind the table or in front, whatever you feel. Okay.
Gonzalez. Chairman Mazzetti was invited to speak but had something else to do. Has to do with water rights, which is his passion. 50 years we fought to get our water rights back, and he spent a great deal of that 50 years advocating for us himself. Chairman Mazzetti is really into sovereignty, and I'm sure that's what he was going to speak about. But I will encapsulate: you're as sovereign as you act. It's a quote from him. You're as sovereign as you act. Our band, and we are part of the Payong Kuwicha, people of the West. When we were invaded and the government reached California, they really had it down pat how to get rid of us. But especially with the gold rush, for the northern tribes, I don't know how you survived. Strength. For us, they wanted the harbor, right in the heart of Kumeyaay territory. I don't know how you survived. I think they just got tired when they got to us. Instead of completely annihilating us, they just broke us up into small groups. My tribe is just around 500. And most of the other tribes, Loretta, Palma, they're very small as well. So they made sure we were just a squeak instead of a roar by doing that. My 5 times great-grandfather, Juan Batista Calac, signed the treaty at Temecula, along with all the other tribes in the area, which was really just a waste of time, paper, and ink, as they were quickly put in a drawer somewhere and lost, never ratified, along with the rest of California. My grandfather was born a ward of the government, not a citizen. My mother was born just around the time they said, well, let's make it a law. Indian children have to be educated too. Although most of the schools they were sent to trained them to be domestics, to be inferiors, to serve the white colonizers. It's better now, but it took a long time to get there. And it's still room for improvement. We have gaming, we're a gaming tribe. Some often questioned, how can you have problems in Indian country? You have all that money. Well, with that money comes another whole set of problems. But also, the problems we have are deeply rooted and started long before that, It's in our DNA. Colonizers came, we were told, and the word nothing always comes to mind when I speak about this. Our religion was nothing. Our ceremonies, our beliefs were nothing. How we lived, uncivilized, was nothing. We were taught that we were nothing. Just grateful to be alive, grateful that they allowed us as inferiors to adapt to their way of life. I have a note here. So, excuse me, I've got some family member in labor, I just wanted to check. So our ceremonies were wrong, our religion was wrong, our language was wrong. So all of those things were taken away from us. In essence, our way of life was wrong. We were wrong. My godmother worked for Indian Health in Oklahoma for years. She was part of their legal team. And I worked at our tribal Head Start. And we used to talk about the breakdown of the family. and, you know, why we had so many problems, and we had, you know, had to have ICWA, and, you know, if we lived off reservation, and CPS and all that, and why there were so many problems. Well, you take our children away, and you raise them in a sterile environment. There's the disconnect, the maternal and paternal instincts, and the nurturing that the children get. You know, we were nothing. We weren't even allowed to raise our own children because we weren't good enough. And that's where the disconnect started. And whose fault was that? The colonizers, not ours. So now we've got people who were never raised with love, never raised to be nurturing. And it sometimes continues without help, without intervention of tribal elders and family who know our traditional ways. It's happening more. We're more aware of it. But I saw in the Head Start, and not just our tribes, we had children come from other states and other tribes, and they didn't know they were loved. So there you go again. Nobody loves me. I'm nothing. So even now, with all of this money, we have better health care. You know, everybody's got a new truck. But deep inside, I think some of us still harbor those scars that were nothing. And I remember my mom telling me one time, we'd had an argument about something. And she said, you know, you may not like some of the things I do, but when you get older, you're gonna be like me, and it won't be the things that you admire. You know? And every once in a while, I'm in the middle of a conversation with one of my children and think, oh my God, she's right. I opened my mouth and my mother came out. But, so we've got all these things, but the problem is, when you have people that think they're nothing, what good is money? What good is a new truck? Deep down inside, you think you're undeserving. And so we've got young people now. We have money to send them to college. The majority of them don't go. They don't want to leave home because they're afraid. Because it's comfortable where they are. And if they get out there, they really will be nothing. They'll disappear. And we've got the money that attracts the drug dealers and the druggies who want to make friends and make sure that our kids participate with them because they'll keep providing for them. And that's a sad thing. We've got to end it. I have 2 granddaughters who are being raised without their dad. Died of a fentanyl overdose. He was at a funeral for an uncle and a cousin who had died. Walking home, took some, got home, and dropped dead. They will never have him in their lives again. And it's hard for them. And I only pray that they don't follow in his footsteps, because it's the things you don't like, but the things you're used to that you follow. So with this awareness and the healing that we're getting, and it's painful. You know, healing hurts. It does. And the easiest way to escape from it for our young people is substance abuse. I don't remember I'm nothing. I don't remember that I'm still trying to find love. I don't remember that I'm too stupid to learn my language. Because that's what they think. They have no self-esteem. If you're nothing, how can you learn anything? Opposites, anything and nothing. So we have a tribal member who has helped other people with their sobriety to the point where he is so wise and so respected that we and the other bands funded him to start an intertribal treatment center for our people. And the biggest thing you can do to help someone overcome addiction is to teach them and make them aware of the fact that there's something. They're not nothing. You know, we can have gaming, we can have scholarships, we can have all this, what I call stuff. But if you don't believe you're worth anything, it becomes nothing too when you touch it. I said earlier that I had to go home and help plan a funeral. We have a lineal who was murdered in 1980. And he was up in the Bay Area. It was a hate crime. I didn't call him that back then. But it was determined it was a suicide, even though he was lynched with his hands tied behind his back with his own belt. It was a suicide. So his family has been trying for years to get the case reopened because we want justice for Timmy. And there's been resistance to do it. And why? Because he was nothing. What does it matter? Just another Indian. Nobody, nothing. So the family, we want to bring him home and have a tombstone because he was somebody. And eventually, we're not going to give up. We're not going to give up in case none of us will until that case is reopened and it's determined that there was a murder. At this point, you know, the murder might be dead. Doesn't matter. It needs to be cleared. He didn't kill himself. And he was not nothing. It is amazing to me that there were lynchings in 1980, that there were murders. But then again, it's all under the radar, missing and murdered people, indigenous people, disappearing all the time, and nobody cares until we brought it to light because they're nothing. And that's the mindset of the colonizers. They think we're nothing and they want us to believe it too. And then it's so much easier to trample over us. So we're dealing with that now. We have the money and we can hire the experts, but they need to be native to show us what we're doing wrong, that our kids still, after all this time, think they're nothing. Because without them, we won't exist. We won't. They don't have to kill us off. They just have to watch us slowly peter out. We'll do it to ourselves because we're nothing. And that's why it's so important to bring Timmy home, because he's not nothing. And we're working with our youth now to make sure that the message is changed. But again, without our youth, there's no future. So that, to me, is the most important thing we have, our future, and that's our kids. So we're doing what we can. We're getting more, like somebody said, we need more Indian teachers. We need counselors. We need doctors to heal our bodies, but also our heart, our minds, and our spirits. We need more of those people. And that's my biggest prayer. I bring home ancestors all the time. But I think, what would they think now? What are they thinking about where we're going and how we're being victimized? and how the government's trying to divide us even more. You know? That's what they did with us. Break us up into 5 bands. And we'll just squeak. But we all have to come together. And we have to. I know there are prejudices among tribes. Oh, they're really this, or, you know, what about them? I mean, I have family all the way through Oklahoma. And, ooh, he's from that tribe. And we have to stop that. We're all people of the earth. And if we all came together, what a force to be reckoned with. And then we could really say, we're not nobody. Anyway, thank you for this time. I appreciate it.
So at this time, we'll take a break for lunch. It's where,
Yeah, in the building over there.
it's in the building just over there.
And then there's tables set up in the, wherever anybody wants to eat.
So enjoy your lunch. We'll let you know when there's about 5 minutes until we want to come back. And elders first, as always. If you see an elder who doesn't have food, please help them get some food. Anything else? Okay, then we will see you in a little bit.
You want your bag?
Yeah. How are you doing, Court? Good. How long have you been working with Carmen? Maybe about, I asked her how long has Court been working with you?
I think it is on
Figured out about 45 years. 25 years, maybe. Yeah. I was there when
Okay.
Did I lose Chairwoman? They flew me up to Seattle and then back down. I thought that was my bad.
Okay, we're going to start with testimony from Manzanita. So whenever you're ready, you can come on up. I'll turn on both of these. Yeah, I'll turn on both of these. Huh? He ran away.
It doesn't matter how many they want.
I ate too damn much.
Huh?
I ate too much.
Me too.
So good.
Go sit in the sun for a little bit.
Talk after that. Christina, we're ready to go anytime?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so it's gonna be hard to talk after we had lunch and everyone wants to take a nap. And right now, these young ladies from Manzanita are handing out gifts to everyone, a bandana with a bundle of sage, to say thank you for all of you for being here with us. Take some medicine home with you. I I guess you guys have already heard from me and we've all introduced ourselves, but we are the Manzanita Council. So Janice, I don't think she said she was on the council. She's our secretary treasurer, and like she said, she's been part of this administration for 25 years, and prior to that, I don't know how many years she was on, but a long time. And so John is on the council, and David is our newest elected member, and so we're gonna talk to you guys. And then I just see my niece, Raylene just walked in, and do you wanna sit up here with us?
You're being voluntold.
Yeah. She has some beautiful words to say too, so I will, yeah, come sit right here, sweetheart. She's like, oh, auntie. We'll get ready for that. Okay, so I'm gonna start a little bit, and I went home last night after Hamul, and I said, oh, I'm gonna write up this great speech, and I'm gonna be ready for tomorrow, and it just wouldn't come out on paper. So I'm just gonna say what comes from my heart here in this space. I have a few just quick things that I wanna say about the truth, and the truth that's been told throughout this process in the last 3 years. And I don't wanna spend too much time saying the things that we already know are true. And I see that the governor's office of tribal affairs, they put that up there too. On the PowerPoints, they listed some of these things that I'm about to read to you just quickly, because they are agreeing that these things happen. And so throughout this process, I will say that I was also leery, what's gonna happen from this? Is the truth gonna come out in the way that we want it? And so I am hopeful, because I see it up on the screen that they are admitting that these things happened too. And I know we're talking about the state of California, but we can't acknowledge any of the things that happened without starting in the period. It started in 1769 with the arrival of the people who started what happened to us. So we know in the mission period there was forced Catholicism, forced labor, destruction of native cultural patterns, clans, marriage systems, family units. There was the introduction of non-native species into our communities. I think it is worth everybody to learn about how we took care of our land here. And I guess I'm gonna say something that probably sounds controversial, and maybe I should just back up and say to everyone that I didn't grow up on the reservation, and part of that is because of the trauma that happened to our people, and alcoholism and substance abuse, and so I left when I was 3 months old. I can tell you a different perspective of what it feels like to grow up on the outside, and my mom said, yes, your dad was Indian, but I can't remember the name. She used to say, well, I had something to do with the missions, but she couldn't remember the name. And so I grew up with this void of who am I? And I lived with my non-Indian family, so I got I got told a lot, are you adopted? My cousins had blonde hair and blue eyes, and so I got, are you adopted? Where did you come from? And so I knew who I was, and I knew I was different, but I only knew what I learned in school and what I saw on TV. And on TV, I think back about it, and it's like cowboys and Indians, and the Indians were always the bad guys, I remember Bugs Bunny singing one little Indian, two little Indians, and I remember thinking, what is this about? I didn't understand. And then when you go to school, and Bugs Bunny also, sang about Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. So those are the things that are stuck in your mind. And then when I came home, I was lucky enough that my parents got remarried after 18 years apart, and had my little baby sister, Tony Lee. And so we lived here and we followed my dad around when I got back here when I turned 18. And when I learned the real truth, of what happened to my people, all I could do was wonder why that wasn't taught to everyone else. Why these things don't make it into the history books. And then I realized, well, it's easier for them to deny it and paint a different picture than to tell the horrific truth of what really happened. So I think that's one of the most important things that has to come from this. The truth has to be told no matter how painful it is. It has to be told by us. Since this has happened, since I've been here following my dad and learning about our ways and studying the roles, the enrollment roles here with my brother John, the absolute pain and horror that my ancestors went through in a time where it must have seemed like there was no hope for them. So the one story I have to share is John and I were looking at an old census roll, and we found our great-grandmother's name on that census roll. And on the back of that census roll were the births and the deaths for that year. And we didn't even know that our great-grandmother had had 2 children before she had our grandmother, and those children died. She buried them in the same year. And so, as a mother, and I think, whether you're a mother or a father, or the idea of losing your children has to be the most unthinkable horror that you can go through. And so she buried those children at a time where women weren't citizens, Indians weren't citizens, people of color weren't even human. So when we realized that she had the courage to have more children, and I try to think about how we are today, and we complain when we get up. Oh, maybe my washer's broken today and I'm gonna have to go buy a new one. Or, oh, darn, the internet's out and I can't binge watch my favorite show and the world's gonna end now. What about people who are fighting for their survival? What about people who it seemed like they had no hope, but they still got up and had hope? They still got up and they had more children. And I'm only sitting here today, me and John and Raylene, because that lady had the courage to have more kids so that we could go on and so that someday we could thrive. That's the only thing when I think about the past. They must have known somehow one day that we would come back and that we would thrive. And I say that too because on the other side of our clan, our great-grandfather, he made the last set of the death images that our people used, and he gave them to a museum. Something that must have been the scariest thing for him in his life, to make those images that were so important to our people and to our people getting to the Milky Way and going to meet their ancestors when they leave this world. He kept them and he sent them to a museum, and now they sit in Southern Indian Health Council for our young people to see. And there's been much discussion about them, and a lot of people say we should have burned them, but he didn't burn them. So we didn't burn them, because someday we're going to bring those ceremonies back. And I don't want to get too far into our death ceremonies because those are the most sacred thing that we hold. And the one thing I will say is, at all costs, our people saved those ceremonies that send us to the other side. But when the Catholicism took over, and whenever our cemeteries were sanctified Catholic cemeteries, and when we were all missionized and baptized, we weren't allowed to do those ceremonies anymore. And a lot of you have heard my dad's name mentioned here today. And I think we all didn't exactly realize what he was doing. Years ago, when we got our first revenue sharing trust fund check, he said, you know what? We're gonna make the cemetery look better. Our little tiny cemetery used to have just barbed wire, just an old barbed wire fence. And he said, here we are about to get this money. We have to do something for the people who didn't have that money before us. We're gonna make the place where they rest look beautiful to honor them. So we put up a wrought iron fence. And at that moment, we made the cemetery a little bit bigger, expanded it. We spent $5,000 planting trees all around it. Out of our hearts for our love for those people who didn't get to share in that fortune with us. And, you know, we kind of wondered, I guess, then, why did he expand the cemetery? You know, because it probably wasn't needed right at that moment. But he had a plan. He had a plan because for years he had been going to Quechan and Cocopah to sing where they still do the sacred cremations in the cemetery. And so, just like his great-grandfather, he helped bring something back. And so he planned his own cremation ceremony. And it was very difficult because he told us what he wanted us to do, and it was new to us, and we were scared, and we wanted to bring great honor to him, but it was hard because he was the person that we always went to and said, how do we do this? For almost 30 years, I followed him around and watched him. He wouldn't just go sing at your funeral. He went to the mortuary with your family. The day that he heard that your loved one passed away, he went to your house and brought you food and asked if there was anything that he could do for you. And then he planned his own ceremony. And we carried it out as the best we could without him. And he was the first person in well over 100 years, the first Kumeyaay person to be cremated in our ceremony, in our cemetery, in the old ways. And just like was said earlier, after that, my Uncle Nick was also sent on his journey in that way that we got to bring back. That's why earlier today I said it's not us. Yes, we're continuing this, but we don't take credit for that because before us there were these brave people who had hope, even when there wasn't a reason to have hope. So when I talk about how there was the destruction of all these ways, yes, that happened. But do know that we are changing that, and these things are coming back. And these young people that you see here today, my niece and my other niece over there who introduced herself so beautifully in the language, they are going to complete that. And we are not just going to be people who only have a death ceremony. We are going to be people who take back our coming out ceremonies, our naming ceremonies. We're going to bring these things back because we come from the people who fought to keep them. So if we go on and talk about the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, citizenship being rejected for natives living in California, and not just in California. I heard someone talk earlier about the code talkers, and I didn't even realize that when those men came back from the war, most of them didn't get to be citizens. Because although whatever act came along that said that we could be citizens, a lot of states rejected that, and some of our people didn't become citizens probably until the 60s or even later. Even the people who fought for this country weren't recognized because people that make the laws said, okay, well, we said this, but no, you guys can't because you're wards of the state. Or they created all these reasons why we couldn't be citizens. And then, so we know that they had racist laws that were laws of the state of California. The Acts for Protection of California Indians. Indians can't own guns, own or purchase alcohol, testify against a white person in court unless the judge allows. Vagrancy was used to indenture Indians. Whites were allowed to take custody of young natives. And I'll say again, the loss of our children, unimaginable. The most terrifying thing that you can think of in this world happened to our people, and it's threatened to happen still today. The ICWA case, yes, it made it to the Supreme Court, and we thank them for finally upholding one of our laws, but that doesn't mean it's not going to go again. That doesn't mean that states aren't going to find a certain way to change that or find a way out of that law so that they can take our children. And that is an act of genocide, and they know that, and yet it still happens. The unratified treaties, another slap in the face to us. So I want to talk a little bit, since all those things have been talked about and we all agree on the atrocities. I want to talk about the healing part. I realize that Governor Newsom has been one of the first ones to talk about this and to apologize for it. But we need more buy-in from everyone. We need more buy-in from the legislators. We need more buy-in from the local governments, from the county board of supervisors, from the different cities. We need them to actually do things, and the federal government, that are good for us. Because let's talk about the reality of the laws that are out there right now. Let's just take, for instance, I live on Manzanita, I work on Manzanita, and I'm a tribal member at Manzanita. So yes, I don't pay personal income tax to the state of California. That law is wrong in so many ways because it also says that if I went to work for Campo, which is borders Manzanita, then I have to pay state taxes. Or if I marry someone from another reservation and I move to their reservation to live with them, I pay state taxes. So here's this little tiny law, and everybody in the world says, hey, guess what? Indians don't have to pay taxes. When are we going to be done compensating them for what we did wrong? It's not true. And as far as federal taxes, I pay a boatload of federal taxes to the point where I feel like I can barely live. Because, you know, if you work, it seems to be a penalty because then you owe the government, what, 28, 30% of what you make. But I do want to ask, when they make these laws, like that one about the state taxes, why can't it be different? Why can't it honor all Indians and encourage us to marry people from other tribes and go live on their reservation without having to pay state taxes? It's still another reservation. How come the laws that are made don't really do anything for us, or they go, here's a crumb for you, and be happy for it?
Yep.
Be happy for it and say thank you too.
Yep.
No. That and many other laws. You know, the grants that are coming out. Yes, DOE's got a whole lot of money. But guess what? That money still requires you to take on an investment partner who owns the project, and you get what? Crumbs. And you better be happy about that too. So sometimes for me, as the leader of this tribe, and I hear it everywhere, self-determination, the Indian Self-Determination Act, self-determination. Other than the wind resource at Manzanita here, what can we do? Our growing season is short. We can't even farm. That goes back to something I'll say. I've read the testimony from Dubois in Europe and Du Bois here. You read her testimony, and she said, she was testifying about the plight of the Mission Indians, and she said, but have you seen Manzanita? 57 people live on a piece of land that wouldn't feed one white family in a healthful way. So we starved up here after we were imprisoned because of this act to protect us. And so my dad said, well, we were resourceful people. When we couldn't get to ocean, mountain, and desert areas, and yes, we were in the mountains, but we were pinned up on this ridge. We weren't over there in McCain Valley where there was water and shelter. We were on this piece of land that was the roughest one that they could give us. And then as you all came in and turned down that one road, if you looked over, there were some trees that were changing color and a meadow. That 160 acres does not belong to Manzanita. That beautiful meadow that Tule Creek runs underneath it, that doesn't belong to us. Because one of the McCains, who did a homestead way up here, became friendly with John Cuero, one of our tribal members. And they were such good friends that John Cuero lived over there, and where that old barn is, that man built a barn. And he was good to John Cuero, and John Cuero managed the wetlands here, and the wetlands used to look like true wetlands. They were beautiful. And so because they were friends and our people were friendly, we saw other humans. You know, I've heard everybody here talk about the name of their tribe, and it usually has our words for human. Ipai, Tipai, that means human. And I believe that's how our people looked at other people. No matter what color their skin was, and no matter what even the rest of their people had done to us. So they made friends over here. So that man had his barn, and he was living right there in that nice meadow. They were such good friends that when John Cuero passed away, that white man carried his cross to the cemetery. That's how close they were. And then that man had a heart attack and died that day in our cemetery. I don't know why that happened. All I know is they were good friends and they were close. And then in the end, what happened was that man's descendants said, that piece of land over there with that barn, that's where I put all my work and effort in, or my dad did, and so now we want that land. So at some time in the 1900s, that piece of land was redesignated Tract 37 and given to that family. Even though it was part of our ancestral lands, even though it should have been part of this reservation, one of the most beautiful spots belongs not to us, but to someone else. Every single turn, I guess I'll quote my grandma, we get the short end of the stick. And then we're told again, but be happy for what you have. Be thankful that you're still alive. And I think I might have missed my point. What I was going to tell you guys is, growing up off the reservation and hearing about Indian people, the world out there thinks that we were starving, flea-ridden cavemen standing there waiting for someone to come and help us. But when that boat pulled up, starving people got off that boat and were fed by us because we lived in a land of plenty. California was coveted so much, not just for gold, but let's talk about the pristine land when they got here. Redwood forest down past where Sacramento is today. Traditional burning kept all of the forests clean enough to where they didn't burn like they do today. Traditional burning in Mission Valley provided grasslands and seeds for us, as well as attracting animals that we didn't have to put in cages, but we could use what we needed to use and let the rest live for the next generation. But somehow, we were labeled as the savages. When I first started following my dad around, he took me and Johnny to Anza Borrego to give a speech one time to a group of people that were there. And I just want to say, I was pretty good in school, academically, but the first 0 I ever took in high school was in speech class because I didn't want to talk in front of people. I'm very shy. I know you don't believe that now, but it's true. I'll have to look up my old high school teacher and make sure you guys know it's true. But we were standing there, and I think Anthony talked, and my dad talked, and then, you know, they talked about our culture and our ways, and then Johnny got to talk next, and then I knew I was going to be next, and I was like, what am I going to say? They said all the good stuff. They said everything I was going to say, and now what am I going to say? So by the time I got up there, they said, oh, there's a question in the audience. And this man stood up, and he said, I just want to ask a question. With all this land and all these resources, why couldn't you guys share with us? Yeah, and that's what I did. I went, and I opened my mouth, and I feel like the ancestors were there because I had nothing in my mind that I thought that I could say. But when I got done, people were crying because I told the truth. And the truth wasn't that we weren't able to share. The truth was that they weren't able to share. To the point where they were willing to murder us. They were willing to rewrite history. They were willing to act as if we didn't exist. Even though everywhere you go in these homelands, you will find the traces of our people. Everywhere. So, I want to ask, or go on record to say, that it needs to start with education. Because if everyone knew the truth about our people and what happened, and if you were taught in school what happened to our people, then we wouldn't be going through this. But instead, we're taught that Columbus is a hero. Columbus discovered this country. But when you find out that Columbus didn't step his foot on the continental United States, he never came here, he was not someone to look up to. And I won't say all the atrocities that he committed because there are children in this room, but get a book. Read what that friar Bartolome de las Casas wrote. Read what he wrote about what Columbus did here, and then you won't celebrate that day either. But he was made a hero. You know, when we tried to take the statue down in Chula Vista, we had to sit there and talk about it. We had to talk about, well, an artist made that statue, so we can't take it down because that would be a shame for the artist. And, you know, he represents the Italian people, and you can't take that away from them. But I asked them, we don't create statues of Hitler. Because in school we're taught that Hitler was a monster. We're told the truth about what he did, so no one makes a statue of him. But all of these people who have committed atrocities against Indian people, they're glorified. Their names are all over. Their statues are all over. Just another slap to us. Just another reason, just like Councilwoman Gonzalez said, just another reason for us to think that we're not worth anything. These things aren't okay, and they can change. It's gonna change. It's gonna take the change of the curriculum in the schools, and it has to be by law, because up here we've created videos. The First People is a documentary that happened because the Sunrise Power Link went through all of our cultural areas, because there's tower sites within 50 feet of human remains laying on the ground. So we made a video that all the schools were supposed to show their kids to talk about us. And right here in our own school district, they don't show it. Well, they didn't know. They didn't have a copy. Well, what do you mean? We didn't know it existed. And then they look to us and they go, well, you didn't want to come to the school and talk about it. You know, so we didn't know. These things have to change at the state level. That curriculum has to be demanded. These other laws that affect us, they have to be changed. The truth has to be told. You know, Oklahoma seems to have a better relationship with their native people. New Mexico seems to have a better relationship with their native people. They have a heritage center in Albuquerque that 19 tribes have trust land together. Here in this state and the feds, they're like, no, you can't put land into trust together. We have a clinic of 7 tribes in a consortium together, and we are not allowed to put land into trust together. We have no presence at the ocean, even though it is known that our clans lived in the ocean area and also had an area in the mountains and also an area in the desert. We utilized the things we got from the desert to fish out here. We utilized the acorns from up in the mountains. We lived in all 3 of those areas, and we didn't get any of that land. And I know when we say land back, everybody's like, what do you mean you're going to take everything back? Well, I want to ask them, with all the land and all the resources, why can't you share with us? Why can't you give us, each one of these tribal governments in this territory, a tiny piece of something back that belonged to us for thousands of years? But that's unthinkable. But it's okay for people who are not U.S. citizens to come buy this land. It's okay for big business to buy up land. The city governments and the county governments ask businesses, come be a business in my community and I'll waive the taxes for you. I'll waive the taxes for you for a few years. But when an Indian tribe wants to come into a community and have a business that is going to benefit not only them but the surrounding community, they say, waive your sovereign immunity and give us this much too. And if not, stay where you are. So how can we heal? How can we heal when even the laws that are supposed to be in our benefit are not? We have casinos and people are allowed to drink and gamble, but whenever the cannabis regulations came about and they legalized it and they said we're even going to look at equity and justice for the people that had been in prison for cannabis, and now we're going to encourage them to get in the cannabis business. But guess what? Hey, tribes, you're not part of it. If you want to get into the cannabis business, then you need to waive your sovereign immunity or be just like anyone else and apply for a regular license, because you're not really a government, you're not really a sovereign nation. You really shouldn't be allowed to do these things. Something that could have been a win-win for rural tribes, because the city folks said, we don't want your businesses next to our churches and schools. We don't want you to grow your stuff out here. Well, could have partnered with tribes. Could have been a farming business for tribes. but we got left out. I need someone to explain to me how we can heal when all the laws are even written in government. I know my niece is going to talk about it more, but before I end and pass the mic, because if you guys let me, I'll go on and on until we're sitting here freezing. The other thing that has left me hollow inside and has made me feel like I am not a good leader has been the loss of my 2 nephews and my first cousin to substance abuse issues. Not being able to help them is gonna haunt me for the rest of my life. There are times when I just think, what could I have done more? How could I have helped? Because I know they didn't want to leave. I know they were just trying to get through their trauma. And they left us missing them with all of our hearts because they were a part of this thread that we're all interwoven. Not having the right facilities that are culturally based. Having to take our people to town, which is totally foreign to us, and be turned over to a detox and a rehab that looks at them again like they're not human. That doesn't really care if they get well or not. They're just a number and a name on a page that gets them funding. That's not okay. As a tribe of 150 people, every single loss is tragic. And I can't stop it. So where is the funding? Where is the help for those things? Because they do come from our traumas. I think that we have to find a way to make these things happen, but I feel that the reality is that they're still years away. They're still many years away. And I can only tell you guys the stories that we've been through, but I do want to say something else too that I heard earlier. Divide and conquer. At every turn, the tribes are pitted against each other. Indian people are pitted against each other. It doesn't matter whether it's during repatriation, it doesn't matter what's going on. The rules force us to either compete with each other or buy into that colonial whose is it, whose was it. And instead of us joining together, sometimes we don't. And so for the past 3 years, I do want to say one other thing. We have been listening to the testimony of the people who have been terminated, assimilated, had everything taken from them, just like the rest of us, and we've all went through it. Whether you were terminated, whether you were assimilated, or whether you were imprisoned here and left to starve, those things were done to us. And now it's being asked for us to solve those problems. I don't have an answer for that, and I have been researching it. But I don't want it to come to a point where it's the federally recognized tribes against the non-federally recognized tribes, against the assimilated. We need to find a way to solve it and recognize Indian people. And I don't have an answer for that. I don't have a definition of what California Indian is. I don't know what these things mean, but I want to sit and talk about it. And where the state caused those things to happen, where the state did those things and terminated people, then I'm asking the state to help correct it, not to put that burden onto the Indian people and make us fight each other over what the definition is. This requires a lot of discussion to make everyone whole. And this exercise, even though it's going to be 5 years long and it's going to result in a report, isn't the end of it. And I want to say that. For this to have real meaning, something has to continue on after this report is issued in 2025. We've got to do this. We've got to take the time. We've got to talk this out, and we've got to make it right and make everyone whole again. And as I said, I don't have the answers to that. John and I went to NCAI, and it's not just here in California. There was a vote on whether or not to allow the state recognized tribes that are part of NCAI, whether they were going to remain voting members or not. And it was very emotional to hear the different sides of that story. But again, Indian people didn't do this to other Indian people. So this needs to be figured out by the governments that did cause this to happen. And then all of us need to be part of that discussion and make sure that things get corrected, because otherwise it's going to result in something that is not going to be good for anyone. The other side of that is, though, the protection of our sovereignty. And that was the argument that was used at NCAI, is that we can't diminish that sovereignty and that status that the federally recognized tribes have. And I do agree with that point. But I do want to restore all the tribes and their land bases that were wrongfully taken from them. And that includes the federally recognized tribes that didn't get a great piece of land. That needs to be looked at as well, because some of us are not as fortunate as others. And if Manzanita never gets any other land, yes, we're fine with that, because we love this piece and we protect it with everything that we have. I think all that we're asking for is some way for our government to make the money that it needs to be a real government. Because while city governments and state governments are funded and they have people to assist them and to help them accomplish their goals, small poor tribes like us, we work jobs and then we're elected members. For 18 years, my father graded the roads on this reservation, and that's what he got paid for. He didn't get paid to be the tribal chairman of this reservation. He got paid to grade the roads. John gets paid to manage the grants. I get paid to manage our self-governance grant. We don't get paid to be elected officials. That's our side job, and it doesn't pay much at all. And then for the discussion that was had yesterday, I went with my dad to the original groundbreaking that Hamul had. How many years ago was that? 12? No, not the one for the
2005.
2005. 2005, they had a groundbreaking. I remember one assembly person or someone up there saying, yeah, IGRA says every tribe can have a casino if they have pre-1988 trust lands. It doesn't say except Hamul. While they were all there giving their testimony or, talking about it, there were cars driving back and forth with very horrible things about the Hamul casino and saying no, and there were people standing out with big signs, and it took them from 2005 to 2016 to get their casino going. And they had pre-1988 trust land, but when government officials and county board of supervisors that live in your area decide that you can't have a casino, guess what? You can't have a casino. Except for, guess what? That little tribe didn't give up. And they kept it up, and they finally got what they deserved. The right to make enough money to be considered self-determined Indian people that can take care of themselves now. I want to see that for every tribe. Not just for some, and we do appreciate the Revenue Sharing Trust Fund, and it does help us here, and I don't even know what we would do without it for the last 20 years. But we also want to stand on our own 2 feet. I'm tired of jumping through grant hoops. I'm tired of telling my people that I don't have enough money to build them stick-built houses, and that they have to wait sometimes over a decade on the housing list. So I am not crying to you all for your sympathy. I'm just telling you the truth of what it feels like to be a leader who cannot meet the needs of their people. When that's what my dad taught us. That's what our job is, to take care of the people. And someday, I hope that we can do that job with a little more comfort than what we try to do now. Someday, I hope to have enough money to be able to take care of the people who need us the most. That's what I want from this. That's why I wanted to sit on this council. I wanted to hear what everyone else went through, to see if it was like what we went through. And I want to be part of the change. I want to be part of the change so that these young people, the next leaders, don't have to go through this. And I want all of you to be part of that change too. But we have to stand together, all of us, no matter what our status is. So I think I've talked enough, and I want to say thank you for listening. And pass it to my brother John.
One thing I know is the Creator is with us. And I'm thankful for that. When we were talking about this meeting coming here, I was thinking, what am I going to say? What do you say? It's already all out there. Honestly. There's books, there's movies, there's transcripts, there's photos of what happened to our people. And yet they still want us to tell it another time. They always want us to tell them again and again and again. And we never get nothing out of it. Substantial. We never get anything real. We've been talking about curriculum in this state forever, and it still hasn't happened. I can't believe that. I don't mean to talk about anyone else, but there's other groups in this country whose education, that we learn about them in school, but we don't learn about ourselves. Like I said earlier when I was introducing myself, I was able to be around, I was fortunate enough to know a couple of elders who were willing to say a few things. My great aunt, she was the last woman roasted in the initiation ceremony. And she told us about it. Every year we would go pick acorns. Every year when I go pick acorns, I think about her. I go to the tree. There was a tree in Kumeyaay. We would go every year because that tree had acorns every year. They don't do that. They go every 2 years, depending on the weather, depending on the rain. But this tree had acorn every year. And it was beautiful. It was beautiful to sit there under the tree and listen to her. She would bring a thermos of coffee, and she would bring a bag of egg salad sandwiches. They called it Indian steak. We would sit there and have lunch and pick acorns. Nowadays, that tree is just a stump, a burned out stump, because the state park system can't manage the land like we could. And they will not work with us either. Hello, state parks. They, on one hand, they say, oh, look what we're doing for you. We want you to come and help do this or do that. We want you to come and tell us about your people so we can do an interpretation in Old Town. Oh, guess what? We're gonna give you a part of the park. Thank you. We need that. We need that recognition of our people in Old Town. This state started right down here in Old Town, San Diego. Not where the gold mine started, but right down here. And not to make anybody else feel anyway. I'm just saying. California started right down here. Now we have a park there. I hope you all could go there. We've been able to preserve some of our language there. We've been able to show some of the important animals and plants to our people and name them. There's artwork there. But you know what? They don't want to hear nothing about the rest of the park. Chairwoman Pinto brought up earlier about her relative who came home from the mission with a wooden yoke on his neck. During this time, they were talking about this park for the Kumeyaay people in Old Town. We would go down every so many months, or I don't remember how many times we even went, but it was years we went and met over this park. And we would meet in a house there in Old Town. I don't remember what it was called.
The McCoy House.
The McCoy House. And it was a museum, and they had interpretation in there, and in the back of the museum, there was a hand-drawn picture, or an image, of a Kumeyaay plowing the field with an oxen. And I told them, that's not true. We know from our oral history that that is not true. They wouldn't even use their oxen. They used us to plow the field. And the state parks just looked at me and was like, ha ha ha. What about this over here? Oh, okay. It's not a holistic view. They don't really want our participation. They had pressure to do something, and they did something. And like the chairwoman said, we better be thankful. And I am thankful that there's something there in Old Town. But it's not enough. It's not enough to do the education that needs to be done about our people, about our status here. It's not just our history, it's U.S. history. It's U.S. history. So, after the fires in 2003, and after I had gone to Cuyamaca several times and sat under, well, next to this stump, remembering my relatives and all the wonderful times. I was thinking, you know, the old people told us that we planted the forest. So I asked, what is the replanting plan for oaks in Cuyamaca? They said, no, there is no plan. So what are you gonna do? We're gonna plant pine trees. I said, okay, but what about the oaks? And their answer was, they'll grow back. Oh. 20 years later, they're not growing back at the rate that they could. Our people, I don't think there's a good enough explanation to tell them how and what the connection we have to the land is. How are we supposed to say that? In a way that they understand. Earlier, to begin with, we did an exercise to ground ourselves, and I thought that was wonderful, because sometimes we have to be reminded that our roots go into this dirt. Our roots are part of the oak trees. We are acorns. We grow. It's sad what is going on, the mismanagement of the state, of all these lands. And then they create horrible fires. Now, we want to hear about cultural burning. Oh, okay. But in Laguna, they're not including the Tipai people. I didn't see no notice. When I called, they didn't even act like they were doing anything. They don't want us there. But that's where we belong. All of these areas, we belong here. I did want to touch on another subject. Well, many people have brought it up today that it's a lot of times the children who get targeted. There's always something going on. They send them to boarding schools. It's always the children that have to suffer. I asked myself, why? When I was young too, because I heard these stories when I was a kid. Why did they do that to the kids? Oh, it was a thing that I didn't understand until I grew up. Genocide, and it's still going on today. Different things happen in this country, and I just see it's genocide all over. Not to mention across the world. Colonization has not died, it's still alive and well. My great uncle went to Sherman. A lot of the people down here went to Sherman. Although not all of them, some of them went to different places. But my great uncle went to Sherman. And they told me this story when I was in maybe middle school. And they said, well, you know, we went to school up there and it was a bad place. And honestly, they didn't tell too many stories about that time. It was too painful. But they said, yeah, he was there and he I don't want to say busted out, escaped, but he left, you know, as a kid. He walked all the way from Riverside back to Viejas. And he got to see his parents for a little bit, and the truancy officer showed up and took him right back to punish him for leaving. my dad had an army buddy who lived in Riverside, so we had been there, and I thought to myself, because I was only in middle school, I thought to myself, how did he do that? How did he have the courage to do that? At that time, I was thinking to myself, I couldn't walk from Riverside home. I couldn't even fathom that. But he did, and he was punished. They had a hard life there at Sherman. But my grandma she didn't go to Sherman. She went to St. Boniface. You know, everybody's a Catholic. So she was telling us, you know, her dad had to go get her because she was so malnourished. They were afraid she was going to die. So he went up there and he talked to them and he had to, you know, argue with them and he took her home. But like Angela said about our great grandma, what would have happened? A whole line of people wouldn't be here. Hard to think about. But there are families that are gone. Angela brought it up. Not only were they able to take the land, and they passed laws and regulations so they could take it, but they took the people. We have people that are missing. We don't know where they went. We have whole family lines that are gone because we don't know where they're gone. Because somebody took them to be their maid in their house, their gardener, their slave. Honestly, that's what it was, slave labor. And now we're left with broken families. We're left with social issues, identity issues. We have a lack of language. We're doing everything we can to bring the language back. But some of it is already gone. Some of the language left in the first 10 years of invasion because they killed the people who knew the language, because there was a lot of specialty language, ceremonies. There was a lot of language that was lost that we're not going to get back. We have to deal with that. Those are the things that we have to deal with. The loss of culture. A lot of people are out there trying to encourage the young ones to learn the culture. It was beautiful to see this morning. We see that a lot of times we go places and there's someone teaching the kids. It's beautiful to see. But where's the funding for those things? You gotta write a grant, you gotta compete with everybody else. Mehan mao, they say. Not good. The people suffered. They starved, they had a lack of medicine because they couldn't get to the mountains where the medicine were, because we were locked up here on this reservation. There is stories here about how people were killed when they went off the reservation. A lot of people left. A lot of people married into the Anglo society because that way they knew their kids weren't going to be killed. We're dealing with a lot of issues in Indian country. Sometimes it's heartbreaking because the trauma, we succumb to the trauma. Not just drugs and alcohol, but health care. So many people die because the lack of adequate health care, the lack of funding for health care. But we're getting better now. We have to stand up on our own 2 feet. We have to educate. But education is not just the one and done. Education is a process that has to be done all the time. The legislature, the town, the city council, the counties, board of supervisors. You know, it's great. There's a lot of push towards, after the governor apologized, there was a lot of push towards, oh, we're gonna work with them, we're gonna do things for them. A lot of lip service is, I think, what they call it. You know, it's great to hear the county board say, oh, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that, and guess what, in Indian tribe, we're gonna be partnering with you. And yet CPS is still a horrible, horrible thing. My uncle told us in the 50s or around there, I don't know, he didn't say the date, that they started coming and, well, let's say the next wave of the targeting children was the county came and started sweeping the reservations because, oh, you know, those dirty Indians can't raise their kids. They swept a lot of kids. A lot of kids were in foster homes. A lot of kids grew up without their culture, without their families. Our aunt, she told us one day, I'm not Indian. And you can hear it in her voice and see it in her eyes. It was painful for her to say that. When you look at her, oh yes, she's in, that lady's gotta be Indian. She told us, no, I'm not Indian. My mom, she's not Indian, but she married my dad and then my stepdad, and she lived the rest of her life until now on the reservation.
She still lives on the reservation.
I know, I don't mean to say she's not here. She's over there at my house, she lives with me, I love her. She's not going nowhere. But she was the kind of lady that, I don't know how to say it. She was the kind of lady that just was open. And so my godmother and others taught her things. She's the one that is teaching the girls how to make sherween, the acorn mush. And if you want, take some home with you. But my aunt, she said, your mother's more Indian than I am. Because I didn't learn anything when I was growing up. That even hurt me to hear her talk about that. Because the county had some kind of crazy idea that they were going to save or assimilate the Indian people. But they didn't save her, they didn't assimilate her, and she has a situation that a lot of our people have. Who are they? Who are we? Without our language, who are we? Without our culture, who are we? Without our roots here, in the dirt, in the ground, all of you, where you come from, who are we? We're still here though. We have every day to make a difference, but we have to work together. And we have to make the state, we have to get something out of this process that's not crumbs.
You want to go next, sweetheart? You were supposed to sit next to Auntie. Hello. Trying to get away.
I had to bring something to read because I'm not loud and I'm not a public speaker. So if I go too fast, let me know. And I know I'm quiet. I was trying to play bingo over there, and they said, "Is it on?" Oh, let's see. Yeah. Does that help?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, like I said, I know I'm quiet. I was trying to play bingo over there, and the lady didn't even hear me say bingo. Luckily, she see me raise my hand, so I still got my prize. But I'm not a public speaker, so I'm just gonna read through this, and if I go too fast, someone let me know. Halka Mahan Manuea, Raylene Elliott Nasish, Kuman. Hello everyone, my name is Raylene Elliott, and I'm from the Manzanita Band of the Kumeyaay Nation. First, I wanted to say thank you to this council. I think it was an immense step forward for the governor to not only acknowledge, but to apologize for the things that have happened to the California natives. And I'm grateful for the formation of this council. So before I forget, I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that you all are doing here. I was asked by my aunt to speak here today, and at first, I tried to say no, I tried to get out of it. I didn't know what I could say. What am I gonna contribute to this, you know? But after sitting on it for a few days, I decided I could tell you what made a difference in my life and in my healing, which is continuous. It started when I was about 11. There was a program in Campo, and I don't know if it was the education center or the tribe, but it was a grant that helped them have culture classes so we could learn to sing and dance to bird songs. And before then, I was on the res. I know I went to things, but I didn't really know how to dance or sing. It was a prevention program because it gave us something to do almost every weekend. We learned a lot about our culture. We learned to dance and sing and play pion. We learned some of the stories, histories, and the philosophies of our people. We ate together and got to know the other kids from the surrounding communities. Some of them were family that we didn't even really know till then, and they just lived right across the road. You know? But most memorable for me is that we got to travel a lot, and we got to go to different places and meet different people from different tribes and sometimes different cultures. We got to get off the reservation and see what else is out there. So this program was different. Not only did it teach us about our culture, but it became a foundation for me, a foundation of who I am. It was also a community building program, which is a big part of our tradition, community. And because of this program that generously gave per diem for the whole family to go on these trips, it was also a family strengthening. Both of these things have a huge impact on our healing as individuals, and in turn it has a huge impact on our tribe. When the program was over, our parents kept us involved and going to these gatherings every summer. They made sure we kept that connection to the people, to the tribe, and to the culture. One summer, our grandpa, Leroy Elliott, who was the chairman here for many years, I guess you guys were talking about him too, had culture classes all summer. And every day for the whole summer, he taught language class. I still know some of what he taught me, and I can hear his voice saying those sentences. Again, building on this foundation of culture and contributing to my identity and feeling of self-worth. I'm gonna cry. Okay. We had a really strong foundation growing up. We know who we are, we know where we come from, and we have a home. And no matter where in the world I went, I knew I could come home to Manzanita. And my mom would be here, my family would be here, my tribe, and our culture would be here. Unfortunately, that strong foundation wasn't enough to keep us, from the outside influences. And that pool of alcohol and drugs is strong. And myself and each one of my 6 siblings fell into addiction of some sort. And I don't think it was because we felt like we were lost and we didn't feel like we didn't belong. I think it was self-medicating because of the trauma and loss we had in our life. But I'm grateful to say that today we're all sober. Those of us who are still here, because we didn't make it out of that without loss. In 2015, my little brother Darren passed away from cirrhosis. He was only 26 years old. I didn't even think you could get cirrhosis that young. It took a long time to be able to talk about him, apparently still. It took a long time to be able to talk about him without getting a lump in my throat or full-on ugly crying. And just when I thought it was okay, my brother Devin passed away from a fentanyl overdose in 2021. He was 31, and he left behind 3 kids, including a son who was only 7 days old when he passed. 2 weeks after that, my brother Dave passed away from a methamphetamine-induced cardiovascular issue. And I'm sorry I don't remember the correct terminology for that. But it was our culture that kept me grounded during those losses. It was our culture that brought all of us back from that other lifestyle and reminded us of who we are. Hearing bird songs gives me a good feeling in my heart. Dancing to bird songs, playing peon, helping cook for gatherings and ceremonies, making shui with my auntie and my sisters, my uncle, makes me feel good. Teaching my daughters all these things I learned makes me feel good. And all these things that make me feel good are healing. They're healing to me. So I guess the main point of all of this is that for me and my siblings, our culture is our way of healing. Drugs and alcohol are ever present in our communities, and the rehabilitation centers might work, but they need to be culture-based and native-led, because our culture is what saved myself and my 4 remaining siblings. So I think the way to heal is through culture programs, language revitalization, and other programs that encourage community building and family strengthening. I think if our youth has a strong sense of identity, a sense of belonging, and hope for the future, we're on a good path to healing our people. Even if they get a little lost along the way, if they have that strong foundation, they have something to come back to, like I did. Thank you.
Janice Barnes, and Angela, pretty much everyone here's touched on something that I kept thinking, what am I gonna say? What's my story? So I think my story is that I didn't even know that I was Native or that I was Kumeyaay, that I belonged to this tribe until I was 22. And that's because my grandfather, Sam Elliott, raised his 3 children, my mom and my 2 uncles, not knowing the language, the culture, the things that he would go and do, but he left his children at home because he was trying to protect them. Because you know, in that era, my mom just passed a year ago. She was 92, okay? So we're talking almost 100 years ago. My grandfather, I feel, knew that for them to survive in the world, he thought they didn't need to know that they were Kumeyaay and know the language and know how to survive in our world. He was trying to prepare them to live in that other world. So, my mom went to school here. My dad graduated from Mountain Empire. They got together, you know, and my dad knew that we were native from here. And I have been raised here pretty much my whole life, but not knowing that I belonged here. You know, my mom had a ranch just down the road, private property, right, borders the Campo and the Manzanita reservation. So growing up, I was always around here, climbing the hills, doing everything, but I didn't know I belonged here until, like I said, I was 22. And my father's the one that told me, did you know you belong here? You're part of Manzanita? Did you know that you can get a house and raise your children here? No. Well, you know what? I was married, I had 2 children. They were 3 and 4 when we moved here. And my children are now 45 and 44. I've raised them here. They are raising their children here. I know. So, you know, I've done my best as a parent to instill in my children that they are Native, that they do belong here. And so I'm raising them the best way that I know, because I didn't have an example to follow. So when Raylene was talking about, I call him Uncle Leroy, taught us the language, I was 40 something. Do you guys know how hard it is to learn a language at 40 something? So now I'm way older and I'm still trying to learn the language. And so I am so happy that our tribal council here is bringing back the language. We're bringing back the songs. So you saw all our little ones. Some of those are my grandbabies. They're learning from when they're this little, not when they're an adult like me trying to figure it out. You know, sometimes I've been very self-conscious to dance, to try and speak. And Angela's always trying to get me to say a prayer. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't, because I don't have that. I don't want to say like the lady was talking about nothing, because it's not the nothing. It's just I'm so self-conscious about the language that it has to have that. And I don't have that because it's not natural, you know, so I'm trying to enunciate the words properly, but because I haven't learned it since I was little, it's very difficult. But I'm really grateful that we have our family here, and that my grandkids and my kids are grown up with all of our family, and we're all learning together. And I just think that's the most important thing, is that it doesn't matter how old you are, just get involved, you know, and if anything, get your children involved and your grandbabies, you know. My mom once said, man, you just take your kids everywhere, you know, because she's like, you're here, you're there, and I'm like, well, that's what we were supposed to do. That's what your dad was supposed to do, you know. He was supposed to embrace you and take you to those places and go to those fiestas and learn the language and learn about the funerals and the wakes, but you know, he didn't. And so I just embraced it, and that's what I've been doing for all the years that we've lived here. And I'm just grateful that it is coming back, and you know, we're not gonna let it go, and it's just gonna keep on going. So thank you for all being here. Thank you for everyone else sharing your stories, and I'll let David take it.
Let me get short, hopefully keeping on. Hi, my name's I'm David Thompson. I'm on council with Angela and John here. This is my second term. I'm still learning lots. As a kid, I didn't move here until I was 14. I didn't even know what a reservation was really. I grew up back east and totally different set of ways. So to come here as a kid, I pretty much came here with, what is this? What is that? What do we do this for? Why? And you know, I still ask my question that now. You know, just trying to think of all I can say is for us, for me, I guess, me and Manzanita here, I see each one of us brings something unique to the table. Every single tribal member here, I think we always support each other. I think we challenge each other too, and make us think that, you know, how we can make it better. Always, I don't know, I always ask, what can we do? What do you guys think? What do you guys always want? for the future for us. I work at the environmental department here. I'm going on 20 years now. Believe it or not, 20 years now being on the environmental department here. I started when Leroy was here. He offered me a job, and it definitely changed everything. I walk these streams every day. I seen it when it was flowing all year round. Now I just see it barely anything. I just worry about us. We're right here at the top of the hill. We're just, I mean, hell, just a big mountain here. And what I worry about is, everybody in town, they got access to water, stores close by and everything out here. We don't have that. We have to drive 45 minutes to an hour to town. We spend 4 or 5 hours in town just to try to get what we need for the week. Sometimes you just have to do it down until you can make it down there. Say, kind of point. I really want to talk because I'm really kind of a non-talking kind of person.
I was only kidding when I said you haven't talked for 20 years.
So, yeah, I'm always asking what can we do next? What can we do as a tribe to help each other for the future? Hopefully expand more. Become more knowledgeable about definitely our past to make our future more present. Yeah, thank you.
I think when we pass it, we push the button off. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, okay. He reminded me of something that I did want to say too, about our Mr. Leroy J. Elliott, who always thought about the people and what was best for them. And he was a forward-thinking guy, even though he was really quiet. And he knew that he wanted to bring back that cremation ceremony. He knew, I don't know, how. Anyway, he knew that. So he asked 3 of our young men, tribal members, if they would go and learn with Marlo down there in Kokopah so that they could learn. So he was their mentor. And every time they would have a doings down there, he would call, and these 3 young men would go down there. And so they were learning all these years. They've been learning how to do it. But when it came time for Leroy's ceremony, they're still young men. They're not the leaders. So he came and helped them do that because it's difficult. Also, they were all related to him. So you guys know, as in our way, usually the family, direct family, has nothing to do with a wake, a funeral, a cremation. But again, because we're limited number of people here, these 3 young men were part of that ceremony. So I just really want to thank you, Angela, and her dad, and the family for bringing that beautiful ceremony back. Because I believe, and I've told my kids for 20-some years, that's how I wanted to go before I even knew we were going to do it. But it's just a beautiful way to honor your people, is to go back to the tradition of cremation. So I just, I just want to just remind everybody that Leroy had that foresight back then to have those young men learn this, and so now they can do it they still have their leader, their mentor helping them, but at least now they know how to do it, and we're okay with it. And I'm just so proud that here at Manzanita, we brought it back for everyone. So hopefully other reservations may follow, may not, I don't know. But for us, this is the way we want to do it, and we want to be honored. And we're honoring our ancestors because that's what they did before. And we're, again, here we're bringing back tradition of life. And that, just to me, just warms my heart. Okay, now I'm done.
Thank you all for listening to us, and we'll let Emily go next before we get into the freezing dark here. Thank you.
Thank you all. Now have Emily come up and speak. And on topic, all the kids are lighting sticks on fire. And we're going to be talking about some traditional burning, I think. So if you hear them yelling fire, that's what's happening.
Hello everybody, or any neighboring tribes. This is my personal experience as a Kumeyaay woman, and just wanted to reflect real quick on this opportunity. It's like sitting in limbo right now, you know. How do we heal from genocide when it hasn't even stopped? And so it's weird being here, it's weird being in this space. It's good, you know, but there's a lot here in these spaces when we talk about statehood sanctioned genocide and healing from that. From my observations over the last few days, and you know, for those who weren't there yesterday, this is my first time participating in these meetings, so I'm learning and observing as I go. And what I've seen these past few days, this opportunity, you know, it doesn't really serve us, it serves the state. And so it's, like I said, it's my experience just feels very limbo. It feels very unbalanced. And when I seek out healing, there's always that balance. So, you know, I'm just trying to do what I was asked of, and that's to speak. But the outcome that I've seen these past 2 days is the what people call networking nowadays. Connecting, what I've seen is connecting other California tribal nations or people, and so that's a good thing. You know, that's one of the positives I've seen. And then acknowledging that healing isn't linear. It's not, you know, a monotone experience. It's not an A through Z experience or process. My healing, you know, has been a roller coaster in my short-lived years, and you know, I you know, thinking about what some of these folks are saying, like, okay, now we're doing this, but what's next? What are the actual action items that are going to be coming from this, besides, you know, a physical documented report for the government? And, you know, if we really think about it, a one report cannot reflect the true experience of genocide on these lands. So to me, I'm like, is this a joke? But I also know I have to do my due diligence because of what our families have experienced and what our children are currently experiencing. So that's why I'm here today. And for myself, you know, to share a little bit real quick, my healing did start in the womb when I was in, you know, being brought into this world with my mom, and her creating that safe space for me in this world. And, you know, she experienced a lot growing up, and I'm not here to like trauma dump on you guys, because yeah, there's a lot we can talk about when it comes to healing. There's so many factors, or our experiences, Native California peoples here, Kumeyaay, or however you identify as people. but yeah, just having that willingness that to live and to bring life in this world, despite being told, you know, at 19 to terminate me. You know, had she listened to who was in her ear at that time, I would be here talking to you today. So I just wanted to, you know, acknowledge that feeling of not taking on that shame of, you know, being a teenage mom and going through the tribulation she had to become the mom she is today and the grandma and the great grandma. And, you know, being able to have that privilege of being raised by sober parents, you know, I don't take that for granted because I know I'm the youngest in my family, and I know my older siblings didn't have that experience that I did. You know, we had different but similar experiences. They had you know, to go through some things that I didn't. But it starts in our home. Healing, that's what my parents have shown me, not told me, but they've shown me. And that was by being sober. And it doesn't stop by just saying no to drugs or no to alcohol, but taking care of your physical, emotional, and spiritual health as well. And they did that in ways of ceremony, like my mom mentioned, AA, you know, that works for some people and some people it doesn't. But just finding those safe spaces for that healing. They took that initiative to seek that out, to be a better person, not to be better than, but to be better than who they were yesterday, not better than other people. And then I was also, you know, nurtured and cared for by my grandparents growing up, and they, you know, grounded me a lot in our teachings and just being humble, you know, being a kid outside all day. That's not an experience you hear about these days with our kids growing up. And having people in my life, my parents, my uncles, to encourage me to learn our life ways and our, you know, to learn how to pray even. You know, I was having a hard time earlier, so I stepped away and prayed and kind of helped. So I just wanted to mention that, you know, the power of prayer. And I'm not here to preach, but when you send those things out, things do come back. And so I just wanted to mention that. But yeah, like I mentioned, my intention was to just help the organizers and our Kumeyaay leaders here to, you know, make this possible in ways of communication on my part. I was never really intended to come here and speak, but I was asked. So I was taught when people ask you to speak, you say something, even if it's a little bit. And I had the opposite problem. I was like, what am I not going to talk about? You know, there's so much, you know, to healing. And like, yeah, and of course, you know, running through my mind, like, there's so many other people that could talk that I want to hear from, that they need to be uplifted. But again, just doing my due diligence and sharing when I'm being asked of. And but I was asked, yeah, when they asked me to speak, right away I wanted to highlight the cultural burning and you know, that cultural burning or cultural fire as Kumeyaay and what it means to me, you know, and even that subject we can have a whole truth and healing on, whole 3-day meeting, a weekday meeting. You know, I'm very much condensing my experience with this, but I wanted to share a little bit. And, but our fire, for me, you know, we always hear about it, wildfires, you know, of it being unruly or wild. But within our teachings, it's within our creation and how we started and what we carry as well. So it's not just a physical being, fire, but it's also a spiritual being. It's also a spiritual helper, and it's helped us, you know, become who we are, who our goals are as Kumeyaay people. Within our creation teachings, it shares, you know, that we have that fire within our heart, our matao, our spirit, our fire within our body, and that kind of shares like the significance of what fire is meant to us and the way we are, not necessarily operate, but the way we think. And so you'll find it in our creation, but also in our death ceremonies too. So it's a portal, if you think about it, fire, and it helps, to create. It helps to grow things. It helps to not just with the land, not just with the people, but everything that's on the land. The plants, the animals, the winged nation, and so forth. Sorry, I gotta take a breather. But I just wanted to, touch on before I go too much into fire, just touch on the erasure that we're experiencing. It was, talked about in the forms of, erasing our sacred sites, the desecration of our sacred sites, the erasure of our language, the erasure of traditional lifeways, and then that comes with the erasure of self-determination, the will to live, the will to thrive, and erasure even through tribal politics. We all, know that song and dance, but it's a factor. And, whether it's like Chairwoman would say, divide and conquer, whether it's resources or disenrollment, these are all factors. So just wanting to acknowledge the erasure of sacred sites that we as Kumeyaay are experiencing along the coast daily. You'll notice, like they mentioned, we have no lands there because that is some of the most pristine, what they think as the most pristine, and while we were pushed out so far, whether it's east here or north where I am, in the museum I worked at, they listed that area of San Isabel as only livable by goats. So they knew what they were doing with these genocidal tactics of placing us in these lands that weren't necessarily the best, but we are connected to these lands within our language. It's even, the significance of our words, the significance of how we identify with the land. So, it's not just the desecration from projects, to develop, more homes or more jobs, whatever. It's the desecration of from green energy, and I understand the need for that. But it's also, and I've always advocated, and especially this past year, is like, okay, green energy, but at what cost of our cultural identity, of our sacred sites, of our ceremonial sites. So, I have an open heart and mind when it comes to green energy, but unfortunately, those people that develop them do not, because like Chairwoman said, we've had multiple experiences with these projects in the desert, or wherever they are now going to be in the coast, with the wind energy along the coast. It's going to be erasing our sites there. So that's something I wanted to mention, because I know there's a lot of funding when it comes to that whole climate change and green energy, to kind of remind folks, yes, it is a good thing, but at what cost? Who are we erasing to make sure that these things are being built? And, it's not just erasing our identity, but it's erasing our relatives that we're supposed to have that symbiotic relationship with, the birds, with the plants, and the animals. And the solutions, we want to spend all this money to find the solutions, but it's within our lifeways, within the burning, within the water catchment systems we once had, our traditional water catchment systems, our traditional, gathering and cooking. It was all done in a good way. It was never done in a way as how can it serve us, but how can we be in this area and steward it in a good way so that we can thrive together with the land, with the animals, with each other. And so just want to say that much. The solutions will be found in our ways. We are the first conservationists, we are the first botanists, we are the first scientists, doctors, We are the first, you know, anthropologists, how do you say that, Richard? Or did you go? You know, because we're storytellers. And so I just wanted to mention that before I start talking. But my testimony, I'll just mention, you know, to kind of highlight some of my family's experience this past year, July 4th, my dad was arrested for cultural burning. And to give you, you know, and my dad is a whole nother subject too, we can have a 3-day meeting on it. But to give you a very, very condensed version, you know, he grew up learning this practice, this traditional practice from his dad. At the age of 6, he started, or 7, excuse me, he started, you know, he told him, go over there and burn, and he did. And since then, he's 67 now, so it's been 6 years. He's been burning traditionally, and in that time, he also learned the agency side of things and what went through fire training. So he knows, you know, both sides of things, and he's been burning for that long. And you know, I had the privilege of being on an airplane coming from the east to the west this year, and we flew over my house over here in Manzanita, and or his house, and like, you know, all jazzed. Hey, there's my house. But you can see from up there, 4,000, how many feet up in the air, the protective barrier he has created for his area over there. And it actually starts down by the road because they were burning at one time with the farm they had, or the ranch, I don't know the terminology, but the cattle farm they had, they were burned. And then, so not only is it just the results from what he was doing, but from his teachers. And you can see that protective barrier around his house, how everything's just so condensed outside that barrier, and around it is just clear. And it doesn't mean when you burn, you know, you wipe everything out. Fire helps our plant, it helps our soil, it helps bring things back even stronger. So there's a lot of medicine over there too. But yeah, unfortunately, you know, he, I won't go too much into his life, but he did have a hard life, not hard life, how would you he took him a while to learn. So this would have been his 3rd strike, and they were going to give him 25 years, and he's 67. So he was a nightmare. And you already have an uncle that I've never even met in prison. So it created a lot of anxiety and, you know, resentment and just fear. And that's one thing my dad always taught us, to never have that fear, because it'll consume you. And but we were powerless, you know. It's the CAL FIRE opinion of what he's doing, and it's the judicial system that is determining if he's within his right or if he's committing arson, which they accused him of. And so, you know, it's, I get real fired up talking about it, because it really pisses me off. You know, CAL FIRE, there are certain people that are trying to bring that education, right? That education to that agency. Yet here we are criminalizing cultural practitioners. So earlier this year, I participated in a cultural burn workshop where I talked kind of like this with a panel, and I gave my experience or testimony. And so they are trying, but it's not enough, these workshops. And I want to acknowledge that they are trying, but it's not enough, because we're still being criminalized. We're still being labeled as savages for practicing our culture, for practicing our sovereign rights. You know, that we really shouldn't have to have with AB 332 or the Freedom of Religious Act or the governor's apology. Like, it should be common sense to let us live our life. But again, we're dealing with genocide. We're dealing with maybe it's not a physical genocide anymore. You know, they're not scalping or cutting our heads off or however that may look. But they are committing genocide of the spirit, and that is, it can consume a person, as we all know. And so I just wanted to highlight that experience. There's so much, that I'm not mentioning, but his health is not the best. So it was very, again, with the fear of him possibly having a heart attack over this, it would have been because he was falsely accused of arson. It was because he was a wild Indian. So yeah, it was pretty scary, and it could have been avoided, if there was that understanding or that education or that advocate that could have helped our family at that time. But unfortunately, we had to take a plea deal. That was our only, saving grace. Otherwise, he would have been sent away for 25 years. And now he's on probation for a year for practicing his culture. He has to take and complete a work burn, some type of cultural fire or fire workshop, and pay a fine for the court fines, all because he's practicing his sovereign rights of traditional knowledge, of traditional life way. Sure, he's not the most traditionalist, he's not a singer, he doesn't know the language, and he'll tell you that. But what he does know, he's always has done in a good way. So that's what really gets me pissed off, is trying to say what he was doing is arson, because arson is a malicious act. And what he was doing was to have that symbiotic relationship with land. And just real quick, this year we actually worked with the state parks to provide some interpretive panels for the Del Mar Fair, our local county fair, because their theme this year was to get out there, outside. And they wanted to have a section of how to get out there respectfully, coming from like our perspective. And we were able to highlight, our 4 committees within our nation that does a lot of the work with the tribal chairmen and, in many things, repatriation, heritage preservation, land conservation, and the Kumeyaay Community College. And so we were able to highlight that to educate the public of the work being done. And then also a section of the what people call management, or what I call stewardship, our traditional stewardship. And also in there was a section of just to respect, our village sites. But yeah, he was shared in that exhibition as a cultural burner. They were uplifting our knowledge for the public to see. And then, so the fair ends in July. And then so that, it literally ends on the 4th of July. Yeah. And then on the 4th of July, he's arrested. So, like I said, being a Kumeyaay woman or a person from these lands, it's like living in limbo. Because, like, we're trying to survive, but yet it's like each day it's 12 steps backwards, trying to live in that second world. So that's all I'll share. If you guys want to have more in-depth conversation, we can at another time. It's getting way too cold. But that's what I wanted to share on behalf of my family. There's so much more that could be said. And lastly, just the need for the resources. I know myself, I struggle with my mental health, and there are no resources that, the clinic is a joke. Trying to get those resources there. When you're trying to seek out a therapist and they're like, okay, we'll put you down here for next month. Like, I'm struggling right now, So the resources that have always helped me are my family, my ceremonial family, and the land, all that comes with the land. And that's the constant, is us and the land. And so that's all I'll just mention, is just the lack of resources, and specifically in my community, capacity to implement those resources for, what they say, what is that called? To create like safe.
I've already talked so much,
much I
Yeah,
don't know.
but just to, you know, create that safe space in your community with resources, with physical space and conversations like this. But yeah, this has been interesting, and I appreciate you all staying for the last speaker, and you know, just want to say thank you to everybody, and let's get home.
Christina? Yep. Can you let Loretta from the Kahn say just a couple of things? And then the guys want to sing their 4 songs and then we're done. Okay.
Great. Hello, everybody. I didn't come here with the intentions to give a speech, but I just want to let you know that it's unfortunate that I don't see my own tribe here, because we are a California tribe. I am from the Fort Yuba-Quezon Reservation, and you know, a lot of the subjects that everybody touch are sensitive, very sensitive, and you know, it's sad to hear the stories, even these girls that are younger than I am, because it's been the same thing for years, since I was young. You know, I was very fortunate to know the late Leroy Elliott. I would come up here during cultural classes and stuff, not here, but he would bring us to learn, and that's how I got to meet a lot of people. I know a lot of people from a lot of the reservations, and to me, I don't know if it's because we're from the desert, you know, you guys talked about cremation and the ceremony. I come from the tribe where we never stop doing that. You know, we exercise our sovereignty, like you brought that up. We don't let the state of California know when we're going to cremate somebody or have our ceremony. We just do it. She talked about her dad doing his traditional burning. Shoot, my mom, she would get out there, the palm tree needs to be cut. She would torch that thing up. She didn't care. You know, and it surprises me to hear these stories that they're hard on people because of them doing things like this. You know, I really like that. You know, I'm going to jump all over the place. I'm trying to touch everything that was brought up. You know, and this is my own personal testimony, my own experiences, and I see that people till this day are still experiencing it. You know, and to me, I'm the type of person that I don't like to talk to. If you're not native, you won't understand. You know, what are you going to do with this information? I don't even know who, am I directing this to you guys? Are you guys taking this back to wherever? Okay, you know, we can say it. We've been saying it for years. We need action. That's what it is. It's going to take action. Unless, like John said, if there's no action taken, it's just a lip service. It's a lip service. You know, I had a sister that served on our tribal council, and she would come up and help speak on behalf of the other tribes up here. And, you know, I think that there's just a lot of sensitivity in the things that we discuss as Native people. And it just boils down to spirituality. You know, why are you here today? You think about it, you're spiritual. You know, religion was forced on us, and I just see it wild to see my own family members that are in a religion. You know, they're Catholic. I was born and raised Catholic, but as I got older to understand that, it wasn't me. I was asking why this, why that, and they would say, go to the nuns. They would push me out because I always had questions because I didn't get it. Until this day, I still don't get it, and I don't want to get it. I don't want to get it. But it's sad that we were talking about genocide, and yes, it is still happening till this day. You know, we talked about losing children and them going into foster care. I come from a tribe that if that child is eligible, we will go get that child and bring that child back to us. We have over 4,000 tribal members from our reservation. And you know, I just think that I think it just needs to be known to everybody that when it comes to Natives,
that yes, we need to fight for each other and not fight against each other. You know, because that's like you guys are saying, you know, divide and conquer, but once we get together, we'll be strong. You know, there's a song. I come from a bird family, you know, born and raised. It's in my blood. Nobody can ever take that from me. We have our own songs, our own family songs that only our family sings. And you know, there's a song in there that says, we may be small, but we are strong. So it may be 125 tribal members, but together they will be strong. So today I want you guys to all go home, and I cooked the food, so I hope you guys love it. I hope you guys, and I did it with love. I enjoy doing it. I enjoy cooking, and when you put love into it, you know, people appreciate it, and you get full, and I just enjoy doing that. My husband says, this is your last one, you don't need to do it anymore, but I say, no, you can't tell me what to do. Again, and that's that trauma, you know, as a kid, I grew up, and I could go on and tell you I had a rough life, you know, but I am thankful. Now that I see it and I see how my mom reacted, she had a lot of trauma that she didn't help from. She didn't have the resources or the tools that we have today. And even though we do have the tools and resources, it's hard for us as Native Americans to open up to somebody. Like she's saying, we'll see you in a month. No, I need you now. And even in a month, it's even hard for you to open up to that person because you have to build a relationship with that person. And it's not just, okay, like a relationship between you, it's a spiritual relationship. What are they gonna do? You dump that onto them, but you have a heart like, oh no. Like, now they're gonna carry that, you know, but it does need to be really addressed. Mental health does really need to be addressed. I said there's a lot of things that need to be focused on, you know, there's a lot. But I really hope that you take this back, the testimonies, you take it back, and I hope that there's some action that's taken. Because there's more to it. We could be here for months and talk about everything, and we haven't even touched anything. We're just barely scratching the surface. Barely scratching the surface. But like I said, thank you all for coming out. Thank you for inviting me, and I enjoy being here and listening to everybody. But just go home with a good heart tonight. You know, we cleansed ourselves, we got rid of all of the bad, negative, and just be happy. Because that's all we can do. That's all we can do. So thank you.
I just want to say this is my son's mother-in-law and my good friend, and we try to get her to cook for us every time we can. And I want to say to your husband, no, Gary, no. So, thank you, Mona. Thank you, Mona. Food made with love.
Thank you. And also, we will be at Quits On next year, I believe.
Oh, next year. Okay.
So we're still doing this, and then this, as I think a couple of people mentioned, I think this is going to turn into a long-range process.
Okay. Yeah, because I have a brother, and I was all like, you need to come. So like, I'm so busy. Yeah. Yeah, because he has a lot of information, and he's on the house and a lot of things. So.
And before, we have a blanket winner. It is Janice Barnes. Woo! So if you can come up.
Wow, awesome. Okay.
And they're going to get a photo of you too.
Okay. Okay. Well, we're going to get this photo for oh my God. Ooh, Grandma won the baby. You're welcome. I got the
Can I say one thing, Christina?
Yeah, well, and you need to come up anyway, because I think we have one for you.
While I have Janice up here, I want to say that about 8 or 10 days ago, I said, Janice, can you sew dresses and shirts for every tribal member who wants to sing and dance with us? So her daughter Alexa, Darla, and who else? Teresa Angadi, and who else? That's your grandma, I know. They sewed 22 skirts and 22 shirts in 8 days. So thank you.
Yes. Carolyn, we have a blanket for you too.
Thank you, thank you.
We want to thank you for hosting and for making us feel something inside today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this blanket because I love this design. I was telling them that's my next tattoo. It is the coolest thing. So thank you for the blanket too.
Limited edition, 8th generation.
Yes, yes, thank you. Hello, little man. Ah, my grandbaby. Okay.
And then there are blankets in the back and a box back there if folks need one. They're not those ones, but they are warm. And we'll get out of the way and you all can sing us out.
Yeah, these guys are gonna sing 4 songs to end the day. And just one other quick thing. The shawi was made by my Aunt Janie and my nieces and my sister and my daughter. They all participated, so I want to say thank you. If there's any left, please feel free to take some home. All right, everybody sing and dance.
Thank you.
See how Rachel's shaking her?